Anthropocene. Kohei Saito. University.
The righteous shall dwell in the land forever. The meek, the gentle, the patient, the kind shall finally be the ones that inherit this troubled planet. So learn to be patient and gentle with one another. That's the most important attribute of our planet.
I might as well, like, turn my mic on. Alright, holy fucking shit. Thanks, Rusty, for the 5 subs. You even gave one to Frezzo, who's like a fucking... I think he's one of my mods. And Dogface Pony Soldier, who I haven't heard from in a while, but they're a friend of mine. Red Falcon, did you just sub? Oh no, that was a wait. Yeah, that was a gift sub from Rusty. All right. Is my chat showing up properly? Gotta test something. Okay, yes, we're good. Hey, what's up, Zach? Long time no see. I've been kind of off stream and off, like I took a really fucking long break from streaming. What the heck is sea lioning? Sea lioning is when like a reactionary or a conservative comes in and tries to like derail the stream by like debating over like shit that they care about. Sometimes I engage with sea lions because it's fun, but they're annoying as hell usually. Alright, so today, if I can turn off my music a little bit. Today we're going to be reading Marx and the Anthropocene. Let me update my title. Let's see where this should go. Window capture, there we go. Marx and the Anthropocene Towards the Idea of Degrowth Communism. This book recently just released. Hold on, there's like an echo on my end. I think I might have. Okay, I know why. There we go. This book just released. It was, I think, released last year, but it was finally translated into English. It's by the Japanese academic who wrote Marx's Eco-Socialism. So I'm really excited about this book. Like, me and some of my friends have been waiting for this to like release for like the last year in English. It's finally here. You can download it for free on LibGen, or you can buy it. I think it's like $22 for the paper book or the paperback. All right, Marx and the Anthropocene. I might start just reading the acknowledgements. I also have the ability to just have my program read it for me
towards the completion of the
with like automated voices. That's when I get like more tired, when I want to break. But I'm gonna see how long I can read for without getting winded. Let me change the voices to something that's not as annoying. Let's go with the Australian Tyler guy. Alright. While working towards the completion of this project since 2017, I have received generous assistance in various ways from scholars and friends all over the world. My approach to Marx's writings benefited immensely from my direct engagement with an ongoing project of new, completed works of Marx and Engels, and the Marx-Engels, I don't know how to pronounce that.
My approach to Marx's writings benefited immensely from my direct engagement with an ongoing project of new complete works of Marx and Engels, the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe.
The reader didn't pronounce it right either. Gesamtausgabe. I owe a great deal to my colleagues from the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, in particular Gerald Hubman, Tim Grobman, Regina Roth, Claudia Reichel, Jürgen Harris, Rolf Hecker, and Karl Erich Volgraf. in Berlin, Germany. I also benefited from the JSPS Overseas Research Fellowship in 2016-2017, which enabled me to stay at the Department of Sociology at the University of California at Santa Barbara to conduct research with Kevin Anderson. His Marx at the Margins gave me indispensable inspiration for starting this book project. Ruji Saksai and Soichiro Sudima from Japan read and commented upon the entire manuscript. This time, again, they helped me improve the logical consistency and clarity of the text. In addition, I frequently discuss this project with my close colleagues. Let's see. I'm going to have the auto reader read
In
the
addition, I have
acknowledgements.
frequently discussed this project with my close colleagues Tamonogatari.
I'm just awful at pronouncing names.
Hidito Itashi, Kingo Nakamura and Midori Wakamori, who always provided me with immense encouragement and important suggestions. Patrick Idanoff, Judith Delheim and Terrell Carver also read and gave me invaluable comments on parts of the manuscript. Others offered comments in response to talks and papers presented at various conferences and lectures, especially Michael Heinrich, Frieda Otto Wolf, Christian Zeller, Bob Jessup, Babak Amani, Barney Adamczyk, Khan Kangol, Paula Rohala, Joel Wainwright, Martin Wagner, Ibing Zhang, Ingo Stutzel, Michael Lai, Nick Sneese, Michael Hard, Paul Mason, Paul Burkett and John Bellamy Foster. During the research, I had precious opportunities to attend various international conferences and seminars. Earlier versions of parts of this book have acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Been presented at meetings of the Historical Materialism Conference, the Japan Society of Political Economy and Marx. Been presented at meetings of the Historical Materialism Conference, the Japan Society of Political Economy and Marx Collegium. My deepest gratitude goes to Marcello Musto, who is a close collaborator on my important projects. I attended several key international conferences that he organized at York University, Adri in Patna, India, and the University of Pisa. Through these conferences, I had the opportunity to share my thoughts with other scholars and develop my ideas significantly. The publication of this book is an outcome of the support received from the Social Science and Humanities Research Council of Canada, Partnership Development Grant, the Global History of Karl Marx's Capital, which is also a collaborative project with Marcello Musto. Vishwas Sattler and Michelle Williams at Wits University kindly invited me to Johannesburg for a week to give 3 lectures there in the summer of 2018. Leslie Esther and Alex Kohler organized my visit to London to receive the Deutsche Memorial Prize awarded to my previous book Karl Marx's Eco-Socialism and give other lectures and presentations in November 2018. I also want to thank Marcus Gabriel and Sebastian Gripper for organizing an international conference at the University of Bonn in June 2019, in which I presented the chapter on Georg Lukács. Sudnickel also invited me to an annual conference, Unsustainable Past, Sustainable Future? At the University of Hamburg, which gave me an invaluable chance to discuss the relationship between Marxian economics and degrowth in the age of ecological crisis. In addition, the book is greatly indebted to Xianjing Jiang, who in 2018 kindly invited me to join a Korean research group for social science of Korea for post-capitalism and the innovation of Marxism funded by the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea and the National Research Foundation of Korea. International research with Korean scholars, including Sang-Won Han, Seung-Wook Baek, Hyung-Kang Kim, Vladimir Tikhonov and Mind Koh, helped widen the scope of the project. The research is also supported by the Japan Society for Promotion of Science. Some of the main ideas were developed during the preparation of my previous book Hito Shinsei no Shionrin, which turned out to be unexpectedly popular in Japan, selling 500,000 copies. I owe its great success to my editor Yuka Hattori, who devoted an enormous amount of time and energy to the book. Part of the current book can be regarded as a more rigorous and academic version of the Japanese book, and its clarity comes from her editorial assistance. Obviously, the current book is not a translation of the previous Japanese book. Rather, it builds on wholly new arguments with a more careful reading of materials and the reconstruction of key debates on Marxian ecology in recent years. I'm Wesharana from Cambridge. Acknowledgement.
Oh, so there's a different version of this book which is in Japanese. I didn't know that. That's interesting. And it was released like 3 years ago. and it sold 500,000 copies. That's how, like, popular it was in Japan.
Acknowledgements XI. University Press patiently helped me in the preparation of the current book despite a significant delay in manuscript delivery due to the global pandemic in 2020-2022. I only hope the delay gave me more time to deepen my arguments. Special thanks go to Alexander Brown for his careful proofreading during the last stage of book production. Furthermore, Jacob Blumenfeld kindly helped me translate some German texts into English. All remaining errors are, however, my own. I thank all publishers and editors for permission to draw on material from the following articles in the preparation of the indicated chapters. The content is significantly modified, enlarged and updated for the current book. Chapter 1, Marx's Theory of Metabolism in the Age of Global Ecological Crisis, Historical Materialism 28, No. 2, 3, 24. Chapter 2, Marx and Engels, The Intellectual Relationship Revisited from an Ecological Perspective, in Marx's Capital After 150 Years Critique, An Alternative to Capitalism, ed. Marcello Musto, 167, 83. Chapter 7, Primitive Accumulation as the Cause of Economic and Ecological Disaster, in Rethinking Alternatives with Marx, ed. Marcello Musto, 93, 112. Finally, it would have been impossible to complete the project without my family, Mao, Licto and Lisa, who always supported and encouraged this project and gave me the passion to envision a better world in this dark time. Capital Karl Marx.
Okay, so I guess this is all the, like, abbreviations. Let's see. Is my mic high enough? Introduction. The world is on fire. We are experiencing the end of history. With the rapid deepening of the global ecological crisis in various forms such as climate change, oxidation of the ocean, disruption of the nitrogen cycle, desertification, soil erosion, and loss of biodiversity, Francis Fukuyama's declaration of the end of history after the collapse of the USSR, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, is approaching a totally unexpected dead end today, namely the end of human history. In fact, the triumph of neoliberal globalization only accelerated the rapid increase in environmental impacts upon Earth by human activities since the end of the Second World War, the so-called Great Acceleration, the age in which all major socioeconomic and Earth system trends record a hockey stick pattern of increase, and ultimately destabilize the foundation of human civilization. Pandemic, war, and climate breakdown are all symptomatic of the end of history, putting democracy, capitalism, and ecological systems into chronic crisis. Many people are well aware of the fact that the current mode of living is headed towards catastrophe, but the capitalist system does not offer an alternative to the juggernaut of overproduction and overconsumption, nor is there any compelling reason to believe that it will soon do so because of capitalism's systemic compulsion continues to employ fossil fuel consumption despite consistent warnings, knowledge, and opposition. Considering the fact that rapid decarbonization that could meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Agreement requires thorough transformative changes in virtually every sphere of society, more radical social movements embracing direct action have emerged, demanding to uproot the capitalist system. Extinction Rebellion 2019. In this context, when Greta Thunberg denounced the fairy tales of external growth in a speech, she made it explicit that the capitalist system that aims for infinite accumulation on a finite planet is the root cause of climate breakdown. This represents a new historical situation, especially to Marxism, that has been treated like a dead dog after the collapse of actually existing socialism. As environmentalists learn to unequivocally problematize the irrationality of the current economic system, Marxism now has a chance of revival if it can contribute to enriching debates and social movements by providing not only a thorough critique of the capitalist mode of production, but a concrete vision of a post-capitalist society. However, this revival has not taken place so far, and persistent doubts remain about the usefulness of having to recourse to the Marxian legacy in the 21st century. Marx's political optimism, most plainly expressed in the Communist Manifesto, has been repeatedly cited as evidence for his notorious and unacceptable productivism and ethnocentrism. It is surely too naive to believe that the further development of productive forces in Western capitalism could function as an emancipatory drive of history in the face of the global ecological crisis. In fact, the situation today differs decisively compared with that of 1848. Capitalism is no longer progressive. It rather destroys the general conditions of production and reproduction, and even subjects human and non-human beings to serious existential threat. In short, Marx's view of historical progress appears hopelessly outdated. In this situation, if there is a slight hope of revival of Marxism in this historical conjuncture, its essential precondition is the radical reformulation of its infamous grand scheme of historical materialism that pivots around the contradiction between productive forces and relations of production. This constitutes the central topics of this book in order not to end human history, but to envision another clear, bright future from a Marxian perspective without falling into pessimism and apocalypticism in the face of global ecological crisis. Such a project cannot avoid the problem of nature. This is all the more so because the end of history brought about the end of nature. Bill McKibben, 1989, once warned that the idea of nature that the modern world presupposed for a long time is gone for good because global capitalism considerably modified the entire planet, leaving no pristine nature untouched. This situation is now generally called the Anthropocene, in which mankind has become a major geological force, with massive scientific and technological power capable of transforming the entire planet on an unprecedented scale. The reality of the Anthropocene is, however, far from realizing the modern dream of human emancipation through the domination of nature. Climate change, accompanied by sea level rise, wildfires, heat waves, and change of precipitation patterns, shows the end of nature dialectically turns into the return of nature. The earth and its limits are more and more tangible in such a way that humans can no longer control nature's power. It even subjugates them as an independent and alien force. In other words, the modern Baconian project is collapsing. Confronted with this increasing uncontrollability of nature, various critical theories of nature, including eco-Marxism, take up the urgent task of rethinking the relationship between humanity and nature. However, the dominant narrative of the Anthropocene is a monist approach characterized by the hybridity of the social and the natural, which is critical of Marxism. In contrast, the current project aims to enrich the debate concerning the human-nature relationship by putting forward Marx's dualist methodology based on his theory of metabolism. This theoretical task has important practical implications today. By comprehending Marx's method correctly, we can also realize the unique contribution his work offers to recent debates on post-capitalism. And here is the third end of post-Cold War values, that is, the end of capitalist realism. Mark Fisher once lamented that capitalist realism, the sense that it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, severely constrains our political imagination, subjugating us to the regime of capital. The same tendency is discernible in environmentalism. It is easier to imagine a total catastrophe which ends all life on Earth than it is to imagine a real change in capitalist relations. However, as the multi-stranded crises of economy, democracy, care, and the environment deepen, the tendency of which was strengthened even more by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russo-Ukrainian war. There are growing calls for radical systemic change. Both Slavoj Žižek and Andreas Malm argue for war communism, while John Bellamy Foster and Michael Lowery defend the idea of eco-socialism. Oh, why is Slavoj Žižek calling for war communism? That's an awful idea. Awful period of time. I wonder what he actually means by that, because he's probably using that term to be extra provocative, as Žižek likes to do. So far, this intro slaps. It's fucking. In addition, there are intensive discussions on life after capitalism, even among non-Marxist scholars. Tom Piketty's dictum that it is time for socialism is exemplary here, but a more ecological version of the same argument can be found in Naomi Klein's explicit endorsement of the idea of eco-socialism. I also have a Naomi Klein book. I haven't read, Shock Doctrine, which is really, really good. Tom Piketty is a SOCDEM. He cannot claim the term socialism. I don't think he understands what it actually entails. Let's acknowledge this fact that the Soviet Union and Venezuela are unecological, while also pointing out countries with a strong democratic socialist tradition like Denmark, Sweden, and Uruguay have some of the most visionary environmental policies in the world. From this, we can conclude that socialism isn't necessarily ecological, but that a new form of democratic eco-socialism with the humility to learn from indigenous teachings about the duties to future generations and the interconnection of all life appears to be humanity's best shot at collective survival. Klein, 2019. This is a remarkable shift considering the fact that Klein is not a Marxist. Once Ellen Mexkins Woods argued that the issues of peace and ecology are not very well suited to generating strong anti-capitalist forces. In a sense, the problem is their very universality. They do not constitute social forces because they simply have no specific social identity. Today's situation concerning ecology looks quite different from Wood's time, precisely because the planetary crisis provides a material basis for constituting a universal political subjectivity against capital. This is because capital is creating a globalized environmental proletariat whose living conditions are severely undermined by capital accumulation. Inspired by the recent attempts to foster imagination and creativity for a more free, egalitarian, sustainable life, I draw upon Marxist theory in order to put forward a wholly new Marxian vision of post-scarcity society adequate to the Anthropocene. Such a revival of Marx's ecological vision of post-capitalism aims to enrich the discursive constellation around the Anthropocene, connecting this new geological concept to the contemporary issues of political economy, democracy, and justice beyond the earth sciences. This new eco-socialist project for the Anthropocene is also supported by recent philological findings, thanks to materials published for the first time in the Marx Engels. We're just gonna keep calling it Mega, because that's what it. I really like that name. Only real ultras read the Mega. The Mega publishes, in its 4th section, Marx's notebooks on the natural sciences, and the scope of Marx's ecological interest proves to be much more extensive than previously assumed. Although these notebooks were neglected even by researchers for quite a long time, recent studies demonstrate that through his research in geology, botany, and agricultural chemistry, Marx intended to analyze various ways or various practices of robbery closely tied to climate change, the exhaustion of natural resources, soil nutrients, fossil fuels, and woods, as well as the extinction of species due to the capitalist system of industrial production. Consequently, ecological aspects of Marx's critique of political economy have become one of the central fields for revitalizing the Marxian legacy in the Anthropocene. His concept of metabolic rift, in particular, has come to function as an indispensable conceptual tool for the ecological critique of contemporary capitalism. This concept substantiates Marx's critiques of the destructive side of capitalist production. Thanks for following, Balls. Monsieur Balls. This concept substantiates Marx's critique of the destructive side of capitalist production by demonstrating that it can be applied to contemporary ecological issues such as global warming, soil erosion, aquaculture, the livestock business, and the disruption of the nitrogen cycle. Part 1 of the current book develops the metabolic rift, approaching further as the theoretical and methodological foundation of Marxian political ecology. In addition to Marx, Part 1 enriches Marxian ecology by dealing with Friedrich Engels, Rosa Luxemburg, Lukács, and Istvan Zavros. No, Anthropocene is not Eurocentric. The definition of Anthropocene is actually earlier in the book. What page was I on? It's not. How the fuck can this book be fucking Eurocentric if it was literally written by a Japanese author? Like, the fuck? Like, that's not a critique. Yeah, it's ecological. Keep my hair on? Nah, my shit's falling off. I'm malding. Rosa Luxemburg, Lukács, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
In addition to Marx, Part I enriches Marxian ecology by dealing with Friedrich Engels, Rosa Luxemburg, Lukács Georgi and Istvan Eros, because their texts help comprehend the theoretical scope of the marginalized concept of
However, this project is not simply about how to understand Marx's conception of metabolism more correctly. The task of developing Marxian ecology based on the concept of metabolic rift is worth carrying out as it has a practical relevance. Different approaches to the ecological crisis will provide different solutions to it. In this context, it is noteworthy that post-Marxist attempts to conceptualize the human-nature relationship in the Anthropocene against the concept of metabolic rift have emerged. They are committed to philosophical monism. Okay, so Anthropocene in this context, so I'm on page 5. It was talked about in the introduction. Productive forces. The situation is now called the Anthropocene, in which mankind has become a major geological force with massive scientific and technological power capable of transforming the entire planet on an unprecedented scale. That's what Anthropocene means. The proponents of the monist view problematize an ontological dualism of Marxism that they claim fails to adequately understand the ontological status of nature in the Anthropocene. Since capitalism thoroughly reconstructs the entire environment, nature as such does not exist, but is produced through capitalist development. Monists transcending ontological binaryism insist on replacing it with the relational thinking. Everything is a hybrid of nature and society. But even in non-anthro... gender is still reflected. Two-legged. Everything is a hybrid of nature and society. Jason W. Moore, in particular, directs this critique against the concept of metabolic rift, claiming that it falls into the Cartesian dualism of society and nature. He instead puts forward a relational understanding of human nature metabolism. Yet, monism once again revives a failed Prometheanism for the Anthropocene, justifying the ever-increasing intervention in nature. No, it's not saying nature is gendered. It's saying humankind, us being two-legged species, have an impact on nature. Like, it's calling humans a geological force of nature. Yet monism, again, once revives a failed Prometheanism for the Anthropocene, justifying the ever-increasing intervention in nature. Such a geoconstructivist approach maintains that there is already too much human intervention in nature in the Anthropocene. Therefore, any attempt to stop the intervention in fear of environmental destruction is irresponsible and disastrous because the process is irreversible. According to the geoconstructivist approach, the only way forward is stewardship of the Earth by remaking the whole planet in order to secure human existence in the future, if not human emancipation. This revival of the Promethean project is sneaking into Marxist efforts to renew their vision of a post-capitalist future. Yeah, so it is about recognizing human impact, shifting focus to working as part of ecological systems rather than exploiting them. Absolutely. In this context, part 2 of the book offers a reply to various monist and Promethean currents in the Anthropocene through the lens of Marxist methodological dualism. After critically examining the theoretical limitations of both monist and Promethean views, Part 3 elaborates on Marx's ecological vision of a post-capitalist society in a non-productivist manner. Using the new insights offered by the Mega, it demonstrates that through interdisciplinary research in the natural sciences, humanities, social sciences, the late Marx experienced a theoretical breakthrough.
Natural sciences, humanities and social sciences, the late Marx experienced a theoretical breakthrough, could be epistemologic in an Althusserian sense, after 18...
Copiri epistemologic in an all... Okay, so I'm gonna Google that. Because I have not read Louis Althusser yet. I think it means epistemological break. It's in the Charlie Bravo. Hey, what's up, Ted? I guess I should link your YouTube page because you don't stream anymore. Well, I mean, Louis Althusser is French, so that's like literally the term that he used for it. How many times did I change my username? This is the third username I'm on. This is the final one. Like, I'm not changing it from Cash Burner. I like the username Cash Burner because it focuses on money abolition, which is something I'm a huge proponent of. Oh, that didn't work. Shout out to Ted. They have pretty solid history videos. They're a social democrat, probably like is the rupture consciousness breakthrough to remove an unconscious obstacle to knowledge/thought. Well, thanks, Ted. His last vision of post-capitalism in the 1880s went beyond eco-socialism, and it can be more adequately characterized as degrowth communism. This previously unknown idea of degrowth communism begets useful insights to transcend persistent capitalist realism. While there is growing interest in radical approaches today, it is not sufficient simply to develop an eco-socialist critique of contemporary capitalism. Only by going back to Marx's own texts, it is possible to offer a positive vision of a future society in the Anthropocene. Such a radical transformation must be the new beginning of history as the age of degrowth communism. Yeah, so I actually, my last haircut that I gave myself, I just cut the sides to like a 1. So I had Rami Malek's haircut for a little bit. But yeah, I've gotten that before. I kind of look like Rami Malek from the TV series Mr. Robot. Which is a good show. I've only seen like the first 2 seasons of it though. I want to reread this paragraph. Yeah, this is my natural hair color. That's why my eyebrows are the same color. Lucky? What does that mean? Right now, I'm a combination of Mr. Robot and Don Draper. I had a job interview today, so I'm dressed like kind of fancy. I've got, you know, nice shoes, nice dress shoes on. Hold on. Got like nice dress shoes on and whatnot, because I had a job interview today, and I think it went pretty well. Hopefully I get that job, because it would make my life a fucking whole lot easier. I've been in between jobs for like almost this entire month. Thank you. Okay. Using new insights offered by the Mega, it demonstrates that through interdisciplinary research in the natural sciences, humanities, and social sciences, the late Marx experienced a theoretical breakthrough, epistemological rupture in an Althusserian sense. His last vision of post-capitalism in the 1880s went beyond eco-socialism, and it can be more adequately characterized as degrowth communism. Thanks for following the nuke. This previously unknown idea of degrowth communism begets useful insights to transcend persistent capitalist realism. While there is growing interest in radical approaches today, it is not sufficient simply to develop an eco-socialist critique of contemporary capitalism. Only by going back to Marx's own text is it possible to offer a positive vision of a future society for the Anthropocene. Such a radical transformation must be the new beginning of history as the age of degrowth communism. Let's see. Welcome in the nuke. How's your day going? I don't know how you found me, if you found me through Twitter or whatever, but welcome in. However, if Marx really did propose degrowth communism, why has no one pointed it out in the past? And why did Marxism endorse productivist socialism? One simple reason is that Marx's ecology was ignored for a long time. It is thus first necessary to trace back the moment of its suppression. This genealogy of suppressed Marxian ecology starts with Marx himself, referring to Marx's notebooks on the natural sciences that are published in the Mega. Chapter 1 establishes Marx's concept of metabolic rift by highlighting the three dimensions of the ecological rifts and their spatiotemporal shifts mediated by technologies on a global scale. This original insight into capital's constant expropriation of nature as the root cause of the metabolic rift was deepened by Rosa Luxemburg in The Accumulation of Capital, which problematized the main contradiction of capitalism due to its destructive impacts upon the people and environment in non-capitalist peripheries. So I actually have that book too. Some people call The Accumulation of Capital like Rosa's Volume 3, because it's like people call it Rosa's version of Volume 3 of Capital. But in my understanding, that I'm pretty sure she was wrong in it, because she thought that there would come a set point when capitalism would run out of room, of places to imperialize and colonize, and that's when capitalism would start being in decline, which is non-Marxist and kind of wrong. I think Paul Matic discusses it a little bit of why it's wrong in Luxemburg versus Lenin. But I'm still planning on reading The Accumulation of Capital at one point. But there is the main contradiction of capital is its destructive impacts on ecology. That's probably the biggest one, because if you have a system that needs limitless growth of capital between competing firms so that they can continue to survive, you'll eventually run out of resources. Though she employed the concept of metabolism, Luxemburg formulated it as a critique of Marx's narrow view of capital accumulation. Her critique implies Marx's concept of metabolism was not properly understood even at that time. This misunderstanding was inevitable because many of Marx's writings were unpublished and unavailable to Luxembourg. Yet this problem also originates in Engels' attempt to establish Marxism as a systematic worldview for the proletariat. In order to trace the original deformation of Marx's concept of metabolism, Chapter 2 reconstructs Engels' reception of Marx's theory of metabolism by carefully comparing Engels' editorial work on Capital with Marx's original economic manuscripts as well as their notebooks published in the Mega. This investigation reveals subtle but decisive theoretical differences between Marx and Engels, especially in terms of their treatment of metabolism. These differences prevented Engels from adequately appreciating Marx's theory of metabolic rift. So the concept of metabolism came to be marginalized in Marxism. The marginalization is clearly documented in the historical formation and development of Western Marxism in the 1920s, which further diverged from Marx's original insight into metabolism and his methodology. Here, the problem of the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels came to have a significant influence because it determined the entire paradigm of Western Marxism. Famously enough, Western Marxism is highlighted the rigorous differentiation of Marx and Engels, accusing the latter's illegitimate extension of dialectics to the sphere of nature as a cause of Soviet Marxism's mechanistic social analysis. However, despite their harsh critique of Engels, Western Marxists shared the fundamental assumption with Soviet Orthodox Marxism that Marx had little to say about nature, thereby neglecting the importance of his concept of metabolism and his ecological critique of capitalism. Okay. Western Marxism is like an entire tendency. It's like pretty closely related to the Frankfurt School. I think like there's certain things in Western Marxism that I agree with, but like I don't like, it's not like something I directly subscribe to, if that makes sense. As discussed in Chapter 3, the founder of Western Marxism, Lukács, is an exceptional figure in that he clearly paid attention to this concept of metabolism. Okay, wait, let me go back a bit so I can understand it. Here came the problem of the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels to have a significant influence because it determined the entire paradigm of Western Marxism. Famously enough, Western Marxism highlighted the rigorous differentiation of Marx and Engels, accusing the latter's illegitimate extension of dialectics to the sphere of nature as a cause of Soviet Marxism's mechanistic social analysis. However, despite their harsh critiques of Engels, Western Marxists shared the fundamental assumption with Soviet Orthodox Marxism that Marx had little to say about nature, thereby neglecting the importance of his concept of metabolism and his ecological critique of capitalism. The text flips the first name. This was written first in Japanese, so like probably I know that that's his last name. That's why I'm just calling him Lukács. I refuse to try to pronounce Gore. I'm gonna Google it actually.
As discussed in Chapter 3,
Is it Georgie?
pronouncenames.com.
Hjorhi.
Hjorhi. Jorge Lukács. That's his like name. His name is literally George Lucas. He's the Star Wars guy. Yeah, I kind of figured it'd be kind of similar to George. Jorge. As discussed in Chapter 3, the founder of Western Marxism, Jorge Lukács is an exceptional figure in that he clearly paid attention to this concept of metabolism. Although his critique of Engels' treatment of nature in history and class consciousness had an immense impact on Western Marxism, he actually had a different approach to the problem of nature that was formulated as part of his theory of metabolism in his unpublished manuscript 1925-6 titled Taylism and the Dialectic. This manuscript was unknown for a long time, so Lukács' intention in history and class consciousness was not properly understood, and he was repeatedly criticized for various theoretical inconsistencies and ambivalences. However, looking at Taylism and the Dialectic, it becomes clear that his treatment of the relationship between humans and nature shows a continuity with Marx's own dualist methodology that analytically distinguish between the social and the natural. I look like a young, handsome Ben Shapiro with a stronger jawline. I don't fucking look like Ben Shapiro. Like, what the fuck? I've never gotten that before. I feel off-put. I guess thanks for the jawline compliment. I'll take what I can get. Welcome in, Lucky13. Thanks for the follow as well. Okay. Taylism and the Dialectic, ambivalences, same relationship, distinguish. With this methodology, Lukács' theory of metabolism provides a way of developing Marx's non-Cartesian dualism of form and matter as a critique of modern capitalist production. Nevertheless, his unique insight was suppressed by both orthodox Marxism and Western Marxism, leading to the marginalization of Marxian ecology throughout the 20th century. Not a fan of orthodox Marxists, by the way. Not a fan of neo-Kauts either. Since Marx's dualist method is not correctly understood, the concept of metabolic rift continues to be exposed to various criticisms. Chapter 4 deals with the Marxist version of the monist view represented by Jason W. Moore's World Ecology, as well as Neil Smith's and Noel Castry's Production of Nature. Despite their obvious theoretical differences, their monist understanding of capitalism shows how misunderstanding Marx's method generates problematic consequences that have practical relevancy. Hey, K-Vast Residue. How do I identify politically? So I'm an intersectional internationalist. I'm a council communist. So that's my tendency. Like, I think there's a lot of, as far as like communist organizing goes, I think that there's a lot of opportunism in the party form. I'm also pretty critical of like unions because I think they're pretty reformist. My like preferred form of struggle is council communism, but like I'm willing to like help people who are in parties and in unions. It's just that I just don't think that that's like the right strategy, especially because like the party form has been tried, the union form has been tried, and like I feel like the most successful attempts of developing worker autonomy has been through worker councils. So yeah, that's my tendency. Despite their obvious theoretical differences, their modest understanding of capitalism shows how misunderstanding Marx's method generates problematic consequences that have practical relevancy. As discussed in Chapter 5, the failure to understand Marx's method also results in recent revival of the Promethean idea among Marxists. These utopian Marxists draw upon Marx's Grunddesir. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Grunddesir. And argue that a third industrial revolution based on information technology, for example, artificial intelligence, sharing economy, and Internet of Things, IoT, combined with full automation, could liberate humans from the drudgery of work and make the capitalist system of value obsolete. Despite their celebration of dream technologies of the future, the old Prometheanism remains. I feel like Grundrisse. Okay, Grundrisse. Okay, cool. Thanks, Ted. I appreciate you. I feel like this little paragraph right here is kind of like a critique of fully automated luxury communism. Like, I want to reread that book after I read this. The German U is kind of like the U in the Marvel character group. Oh, Grundrisse. Okay, I see. These utopian Marxists draw upon Marx's Grundrisse and argue that a third industrial revolution based on information technology. Dude, this is like I feel like, okay, when I first read Fully Automated Luxury Communism, like I was like, oh cool, these are great ideas, I like this book. And then like I read more, and I like the more like I've read and like have lingered on it, like I'm pretty sure, like I know that he calls himself a communist, but the author of that book is definitely like a social democrat, which is fine. I just like wish he would call himself more of like a social democrat than like than calling himself a communist. Okay, these utopian Marxists a third industrial revolution based on information technology, for example, artificial intelligence, sharing economy, and Internet of Things, combined with full automation, could liberate humans from the drudgery of work and make the capitalist system of value obsolete. Despite their celebration of dream technologies of the future, the old Prometheanism remains. In order to decisively abandon Prometheanism, it is necessary to focus on Marx's concept of real subsumption in the 1860s, that is, not in the Grundrisse written in the 1850s. Doing so reveals that Marx's critique of productive forces of capital in capital represents a major shift in his view of technological progress under capitalism. Marx came to realize that the capitalist development of technologies does not necessarily prepare a material foundation for post-capitalism, which I agree. Like, I'm not a stagist. I don't like this idea that you have to develop like you don't have to, it's not about developing the productive forces to get to socialism. That idea is like it's not about the technology, it's about the social. Like 7 out of 10 pronunciation. Well, okay, I'm trying, Ted. However, this rejection of his earlier naive endorsement of technological development posed a series of new difficulties for Marx. Once he started to question the progressive role of increasing productive forces under capitalism, he was inevitably compelled to challenge his own earlier progressive view of history. All right, have a good night, Ted. Take care. I'll probably catch one of your like streams soon. I'm pretty excited for your next video. Once he started to question the progressive role of increasing productive forces under capitalism, he was inevitably compelled to challenge his own earlier progressive view of history. Chapter 6 reconstructs this process of self-critique in the late Marx. Only by paying attention to Marx's theoretical crisis does it become clear why he had to simultaneously study the natural sciences and pre-capitalist societies while attempting to complete the subsequent volume of Capital. By intensively studying these theoretical fields, Marx ultimately went through another paradigm shift after 1868. It is from this perspective that Marx's letter to Vera Zalschulch, I don't know how to pronounce that either, in 1881 needed to be reinterpreted as the crystallization of his non-productivist, non-Eurocentric view of the future society, which should be characterized as degrowth communism. Yeah, this book so far, chef's kiss, like exactly what I was like interested in when I like heard about it, because I want to strengthen my critiques of degrowth like communism, because I think there's a lot of opportunists, especially like the person who wrote People's Republic of Walmart or whatever. They're like a social democrat, and they have like probably the silliest critiques of degrowth communism without actually engaging what degrowth communism means. This conclusion, okay, needs to be reinterpreted as, I want to read that letter, so let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Close my reader for a sec and open Chrome. I'm sure that it'll be quoted later. Hey, what's up? Amazing Wolf Skeptic, how's it going? I had a job interview today, which is why I'm dressed all fancy. Let's do window capture, okay, and move that here. I recently got a new laptop, so I had to recreate my entire stream layout. So this is not only a new stream layout for the new year, like I also have different like modes of it set again. Let's see. So let's go here. I can read it out. Change the zoom to like 200. Okay, so I guess this is the letter from her. Honored citizen, you are not aware that your capital enjoys great popularity in Russia, although the edition has been confiscated. The few remaining copies are read and reread by the mass of more or less educated people in our country. Serious men are studying it. What you probably do not realize is that the role which your capital plays in our discussions on the agrarian question in Russia and our rural commune. You know better than anyone how urgent this question is in Russia. You know that Chernyshevsky, Jesus Christ, thought of it. Our progressive literature, for example, continues to develop his ideas, but in my view, it is a life and death question above all of our Socialist Party. In one way or another, even for the personal fate of our revolutionary socialists depends on your answer to the question, for there are only two possibilities. Either the rural commune, freed from exorbitant tax demands, payment to the nobility, and arbitrary administration, is capable of developing in a socialist direction, that is gradually organizing its production and distribution on a collectivist basis. Thanks. I hopefully I got this job. I am interviewing again tomorrow for another job too. Which is like the second interview for that job. It'll be interesting. Payment to the nobility and arbitrary administration is capable. Okay, direct socialist direction, collectivist basis. In that case, the revolutionary socialist must devote all his strength to the liberation and development of the commune. If, however, the commune is destined to perish, all that remains for the socialist, as such, is more or less ill-founded calculations as to how many decades it will take for the Russian peasants' lands to pass into the hands of the bourgeoisie, and how many centuries it will take for capitalism in Russia to reach something like the level of development already attained in Western Europe. Their task will then be to conduct propaganda solely among the urban workers, while these workers will continually drown in the peasant mass which, following the dissolution of the commune, will be thrown onto the streets of the large towns in search of a wage. Nowadays, we often hear it said that the rural commune is an archaic form condemned to perish by history, scientific socialism, and, in short, everything above debate. Those who preach such a view call themselves your disciples par excellence, Marxists. I like how it's spelled here. It's like, are you a Marxist or a Marxist? Their strongest argument is often Marx said so. But how do you derive that from capital? Others object. He does not discuss the agrarian question and says nothing about Russia. He said he would have said as much if he discussed our country. Your disciples retort with perhaps a little too much temerity. So you understand, citizen, how interested we are in your opinion. You would be doing us a great favor if you were to set forth your ideas on the possible fate of the rural commune, and on the theory that it is historically necessary for every country in the world to pass through the phases of capitalist production. In the name of my friends, I take the liberty to ask you, citizen, to do us this favor. If time does not allow you to set forth your ideas fairly in a detailed manner, then at least be so kind as to do so in this form of a letter that you would allow us to translate and publish in Russia. Okay, interesting. So let's go to his response. Dear citizen, a nervous complaint which has periodically affected me for the last 10 years has prevented me from answering your letter of February 16th. I regret that I am unable to give you a concise account for the publication. A nervous complaint which has periodically affected me for the last 10 years has prevented me from answering sooner your letter of the 16th of February. I regret that I am unable to give you a concise account for publication of the question which you did me the honor of raising. Some months ago, I already promised a text on the same subject to the St. Petersburg Committee. Still, I hope that a few lines will suffice you to leave you in no doubt about the way in which my so-called theory has been misunderstood. Ooh, this is going to be a banger. In analyzing the genesis of capitalist production, I said, at the heart of the capitalist system is a complete separation of the producer from the means of production. That's a bot. At the heart of the capitalist system is a complete separation of the producer from the means of production. Expropriation of the agricultural producer is the basis of the whole process. Only in England has it been accomplished in a radical manner, but all other countries of Western Europe are following the same course. The historically inevitability of this course is therefore expressly restricted to the countries of Western Europe. The reason for this restriction is indicated in chapter 32, private property, which founded upon personal labor, is supplanted by capitalist private property, which rests on exploitation of the labors of others, on wage labor. In the Western case, then, one form of private property is transformed into another form of private property. In the case of Russian peasants, however, their communal property would have to be transformed into private property. The analysis in Capital therefore provides no reasons either for or against the vitality of the Russian commune. But the special study I have made for it, including a speech for original source material, has convinced me that the commune is the fulcrum for social regeneration in Russia. But in order that it might function as such, the harmful influences assailing it on all sides must be eliminated, and it must be assured the normal conditions for spontaneous development. I have the honor, dear citizen, to remain yours truly, sincerely, Karl Marx. So he said it would only specifically happen in Western Europe. Interesting. So pretty much he was saying that this is like non-stagist because he was only applying this historical inevitability to Western Europe. So I'm gonna save that in case I need to use it to argue with someone in the future. and then we can go back to the reader. Let me just rename this real quick. Marx ultimately went through another paradigm shift after 1868. It is in this perspective that his letter from in 1881 needs to be reinterpreted as a crystallization of his non-productivist and non-Eurocentric view of future society. So yeah, I see how it was non-productivist and non-Eurocentric, because he said, like, you're outside of the conditions of Europe, so, you know, we should protect your conditions for spontaneous development. That's interesting. This conclusion must be surprising to many. No one has previously proposed such a vision of Marx's post-capitalism. Furthermore, degrowth economics and Marxism have had an antagonistic relationship for a long time. However, if the late Marx accepted the idea of a steady-state economy for the sake of a radically equal and sustainable society, there will be a new space of dialogue between them. A steady-state economy for the sake. In order to start a new dialogue in a fruitful manner, the final chapter will revisit Capital and other writings and reread various passages from the perspective of degrowth communism. In a word, Chapter 7, thanks for following, Delia Core. Welcome in. In order to start a new dialogue in a fruitful manner, steady state economy is a Georgist concept. Interesting. In order to start a new dialogue in a fruitful manner, the final chapter will revisit Capital and other writings and reread various passages from the perspective of degrowth communism. In a word, Chapter 7 aims at the reinterpretation of Capital as an attempt to go beyond Capital. It will offer a fresh reading of some key passages which would otherwise turn into a naive endorsement of productivism. Most notably, the radical abundance of communal/commonwealth. In the critique of the Gotha program, signifies a non-consumerist way of life in a post-scarcity economy, which realizes a safe and just society in the face of global ecological crisis in the Anthropocene. So, yeah, I think, like, a required fucking reading for anyone who calls themselves a fucking Marxist is Critique of the Gotha program. Like, it's probably, like, one of his best works. Okay, so I guess I can read I'm gonna have the automation read the notes.
One Bill McLean does not necessarily deny that pristine nature did not exist even before the 1990s. He instead highlights that the idea of nature as independent from human intervention can no longer be accepted as a valid conceptual tool due to the increasing human impacts upon nature. This situation has to do with the recent popularity of monist approaches, as discussed in Chapter 4, although McLean does not participate in these debates. Eugene F. Stolmer already used the term Anthropocene in the 1980s, although he employed it in a different sense. A Russian geochemist, Vladimir Ivanitsky, developed the concept of biosphere in the 1920s in order to highlight human impacts upon the biological life on a planetary scale, which has relevance to today's discussion of the Anthropocene. 3. Naomi Klein continues to argue for democratic socialism in her more recent book 2. Thomas Piketty also advocates for participatory socialism not only for the sake of social equality, but also for sustainability in the face of climate change. Their endorsement of socialism represents a major shift in the general political tone towards the left. For the recent literature on the metabolic rift approach includes Moore, Mankus, McMichael, Gunderson and Weston. Part I.
Okay, so that was just the intro. I wonder how this deals with John Bellamy Foster's and the metabolic. Yep, yeah. It talked about that in the intro. Actually, I'm excited. I'm like that intro, banger. Like there was even a part in it. Like it kind of like threw some shade at the idea that automation is going to just save everything. It won't. Marx's ecological critique of, well, hold on. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be right back. Let's see that. Okay, I'm back. And turn my reader back on. I also I made myself like food real quick too. I just made a couple sandwiches. Because I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for. I thought I was going to cook later tonight, but I'm just hungry now. Okay, part 1. Marx and the ecological critique of capitalism and its oblivion. Is that just a blank page? Marxist theory of metabolism in the age of global ecological crisis. For a long time, Marx's interest in the ecological issues was neglected even among serious Marxist scholars. Marxist socialism was said to be characterized by a Promethean, technological, anti-ecological advocacy for the domination of nature. Marxists, on the one hand, reinforced this impression by negatively reacting to environmentalism, which they believe to be inherently anti-working class and only functioning as an ideology of the upper middle class. That's super cringe. That's so fucking cringe. Why would you... Oh yeah, we should just not fucking care about the planet because it's anti-working class. On the one hand, the environmental catastrophe in the USSR, most notably represented in by the ecological collapse of the Aral Sea and the Chernobyl disaster, reinforced the conviction among environmentalists that socialism cannot establish a sustainable society. As a consequence, there emerged a long-standing antagonism between the red and the green in the second half of the 20th century. Wait, where's the footnote? Okay, this chapter draws upon material from Marxist theory of metabolism in the age of global ecological crisis, historical materialism, published with permission. This content is significantly modified, enlarged, and updated for the current book. The situation is changing in the 20th century. No matter how devastating actually existing socialism was to the environment, its collapse and the triumph of capitalism was only contributed to further ecological degradation under neoliberal globalization in the last few decades. The ineffectiveness of conventional market-based solutions to ecological issues resulted in a renewed interest in more heterodox approaches, including Marxian economics. At the same time, the collapse of the USSR and the declining influence of the past dogmas of orthodox Marxism open up an intellectual horizon and a field of reflection where theoretical and conceptual issues could be discussed without being foreclosed by party line polemics or decisive political loyalties. Alright, I'm gonna let this play for a bit while I eat. I'm gonna put myself on mute too.
For quite a long time, Marx's interest in ecological issues was neglected even among serious Marxist scholars. Marx's socialism was said to be characterized by Promethean advocacy for the domination of nature. Marxists, on the one hand, reinforced this impression by negatively reacting to environmentalism, which they believed to be inherently anti-working class and only functioning as an ideology of the upper middle class. On the other hand, the environmental catastrophe in the USSR, most notably represented by the ecological collapse of the Aral Sea and the Kimball disaster, reinforced the conviction among environmentalists that socialism cannot establish a sustainable society. As a consequence, there emerged a long-standing antagonism between the red and the green in the second half of the 20th century. The situation is changing in the 21st century. No matter how devastating actually existing socialism was to the environment, its collapse and the triumph of capitalism has only contributed to further ecological degradation under neoliberal globalization in the last few decades. The ineffectiveness of conventional market-based solutions to ecological issues resulted in a renewed interest in more heterodox approaches including Marxian economics. At the same time, the collapse of the USSR and the declining influence. Marx's theory of metabolism in the age of global ecological crisis. 1. This chapter draws on material of the past. Dogmas of orthodox Marxism open up an intellectual horizon and a field of reflection, where theoretical and conceptual issues could be discussed without being foreclosed by party-line polemics or divisive political loyalties. This situation both within and without Marxism led to the rediscovery of Marx's ecology in the last 2 decades. It was Istvan May's theory of social metabolism that paved the solid path to this rediscovery. By investigating May's theory of metabolism, mainly developed in Beyond Capital and the necessity of social control, Marx's ecological theory of metabolic rift can be more firmly founded upon his critique of political economy. This clarification helps classify the 3 different dimensions of metabolic rift in Marx's Capital. Correspondingly, there are 3 dimensions of shifting the ecological rift, which is why Capital proved so elastic and resilient in the face of economic and ecological crises.
Marx's ecological theory of metabolic rift can be more firmly founded upon his critique of political economy. This clarification helps classify 3 different dimensions of metabolic rift in Marx's Capital. Correspondingly, there are 3 dimensions of shifting the ecological rift, which is why Capital proves so elastic and resilient in the face of economic and ecological crises. However, these metabolic shifts never solve the deep contradictions of capitalist accumulation. Rather, they only create new crises, intensifying the contradictions on a wider scale. This is what Rosa Luxemburg problematized in The Accumulation of Capital, in which she applied the Marxian concept of metabolism to the analysis of global unequal exchange under capitalism. Despite her intention in introducing the concept to criticize Marxism, her usage is actually compatible with Marx's understanding of metabolic rift. Her critique is worth discussing here because it indicates that the problematic reception of Marx's theory of metabolism was already taking place in the beginning of the 20th century, leading to its subsequent neglect. Since the suppression of Marx's idea of eco-socialism. Since the 1970s, Marx was repeatedly accused of a naive Promethean attitude, so pro-technology, anti-nature. Marx's attitude toward the world always retained that Promethean thrust, glorifying the human conquest of nature. Even self-proclaimed Marxists admitted this flaw. For instance, Leszek Kolakowski maintained that a typical feature of Marx's Prometheanism is his lack of interest in the natural. According to critics, Marx's productivist view ignored the problem of natural limits and naively praised the free manipulation of nature. Marx was largely uncritical of the industrial system of technology and the project of human domination in nature. They problematized Marx's optimistic assumption inherent to his historical materialism, that the development of the productive forces under capitalism should be sufficient to provide a material basis for human emancipation. Due to the environmental degradation that occurred under actually existing socialism, environmentalists felt justified in denouncing such a productivist Promethean view of history as completely unacceptable. The collapse of the USSR only multiplied critical voices against Marx's un-ecological view. The image of Marx's productivism remains widespread even today. Frederick Jameson points to Marx's own passionate commitment to a streamlined technological future. While Jameson is rather affirmative of such a commitment, Axel Honneth criticizes the limitations of Marxism in that one of the inherent ideas of Marxism is technological determinism that supposes the linear progress of productive forces for the sake of domination of nature. According to such a view, it is inevitable for Marxism that the question of ecology has been marginalized. As Nancy Fraser maintains, Marxist thought fails to reckon systematically with gender, ecology, and political power as structuring principles and axes of an inequality in capitalist societies, let alone as stakes and premises of social struggle. Sven Erik Leidman concludes more explicitly that Marx was not an ecologically conscious person in the modern sense. Fortunately, that is not the whole story. On the contrary, it is not an exaggeration to say that one of the most important developments in Marxian scholarship after the collapse of actually existing socialism in Eastern Europe is the rediscovery of Marx's ecological critique of capitalism, initiated by Paul Burkett and John Bellamy Foster in the Monthly Review, as well as James O'Connor, Joel Covell, and Michael Lowy in Capitalism, Nature, Socialism. Despite the tense relationship between the two journals, due to the theoretical differences that pivot around the concepts of metabolic rift and the second contradiction of capitalism, respectively, they both demonstrated convincingly that a Marxian approach is useful to comprehend the ecological crisis as the manifestation of systemic contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. In particular, Foster and Burkett clearly showed that Marx was an ecologically conscious person in the modern sense. Carefully analyzing Marx's research in the field of natural sciences, especially through a careful examination of Marx's reception of Justus von Liebig's theory of the robbery system of agriculture in his Agricultural Chemistry, Foster and Burkett revealed the importance of Marx's theory of metabolism. Based on this concept of metabolism, Foster explicates that Marx not only regarded the metabolic rifts under capitalism as the inevitable consequence of the fatal distortion in the relationship between humans and nature, but also highlighted the need for a qualitative transformation in social production in order to repair the deep chasm in the universal metabolism of nature. Since ecology proves to be an integral part of Marx's critique of political economy, his vision of post-capitalist society is reinterpreted as eco-socialism. Soon the concept of metabolism came to be regarded as a conceptual star, as it gave hope that this new idea of eco-socialism might be possible to overcome the long-time antagonistic relationship between red and green.
Today, at least the existence of Marx's ecology, its usefulness and scientific validity put aside for now, retrospectively appears so obvious that one may wonder why it was neglected for such a long time. Here one can point to one reason. The neglect of Marx's ecology has to do with the unfinished character of his critique of political economy. It is well known that Marx did not publish volumes 2 and 3 of Capital during his lifetime.
After Marx's death, Engels edited and published them in 1885 and 1894, respectively, based on various manuscripts written at different times. Notwithstanding, Marxist scholars simply took Engels' edition of Capital to be the definitive version that truly reflected Marx's own views. It did not occur to them that Marx, especially in his later years, quite intensively studied the natural sciences and left behind a large number of notebooks consisting of various excerpts and comments related to environmental issues. Although Marx began this new research after the publication of Volume 1 of Capital, he barely published after 1868, could nowhere elaborate on the results of his new research. Inevitably, it was in these notebooks where Marx's ecological insights are documented, but until their recent publication they remained neglected in the archive and unpublished throughout the course of the 20th century. In fact, few scholars were interested in studying these notebooks. David Rizanov, who founded the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow in the 1920s, and the chief editor of the first Marx-Engels Gab Mega, negatively commented on Marx's latter engagement with the natural sciences, dismissing the importance of the notebooks for understanding his critique of political economy. If in 1881 through 1882 he lost his ability for intensive independent intellectual creation, he nevertheless lost the ability for research. Sometimes, in considering these notebooks, the question arises, why did he waste so much time on the systematic fundamental summary or expend so much labor as he spent as the late year of 1881 on one basic book on geology, summarizing it chapter by chapter? In the 63rd year of his life, that is inexcusable pedantry. Such a dismissive attitude towards the late Marx only contributed to the widespread neglect of Marx's interest in ecological issues. Some leading eco-socialists thus argue that Marxian ecology extrapolates the ecological in Marx from belief and vague excursions in texts addressing subjects other than ecological dynamics. However, the new completed works of Marx and Engels, the new Mega, have been published to those new materials that document how Marx in his later years developed his ecological critique of capitalism. The Mega substantiates the claims made by a group of eco-Marxists, including myself, that Marx's theory of metabolism is the central pillar of his eco-socialist critique of capitalism. Retrospectively, the Hungarian Marxist Istvan Mészáros made a great contribution to properly comprehending Marx's concept of metabolism as the foundation of his political economy. It is no coincidence that Meszaros also discussed environmental issues under capitalism already in the 1970s. The foregrounding of Marx's ecology in Beyond Capital should be seen as the culmination of Meszaros' long-standing engagement with Marx's concept of metabolism. In 1971, Meszaros began the first Deutscher Prize Memorial lecture by referring to Isaac Deutscher's warning about the prospect of nuclear war that threatens our biological existence. He went on to extend Deutscher's warning to another contemporary existential crisis for the whole of mankind, that is, ecological destruction under capitalism. Meszaros' claims was provisional, as it was made even before the publication of The Limits of Growth by the Club of Rome in 1971. He formulated the ecologically destructive nature of capitalist development as the basic contradiction of capitalism as follows. The basic contradiction of the capitalist system of control is that it cannot control separate advance from destruction, nor progress from waste, however catastrophic the results. The more it unlocks the powers of productivity, the more it must unleash the powers of destruction. The more it extends the volume of production, the more it must bury everything under mountains of suffocating waste. Banger. Like, solid. Like, thanks for following No Rams 331. Here, Meszaros explicitly differentiated himself from the orthodox Marxism of his time, which was characterized by a naive endorsement of the development of productive forces under capitalism as a progressive drive in human history. He warned that the wasteful and destructive system of production for the sake of endless capital accumulation would not bring about human emancipation, but inevitably undermine the material conditions for prosperity of society in the long run. Alright, I gotta do something. I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. Since the Earth is finite, it is obvious that there are absolute biophysical limits to capital accumulation. Despite knowing this, capital is incapable of limiting itself. On the contrary, capital constantly attempts to overcome these limits only to increase its own destructiveness against society and nature. Hence arises the necessity of social control to put an end to the wasteful and destructive tendency of capitalist development for the sake of human survival and preservation of the natural environment. Such social planning of production is, however incompatible with the basic logic of capitalist production. Mazaros thus demanded a qualitatively different organization of social production by freely associated producers. 15 years later, in Philosophy, Ideology, and Social Science, Mazaros formulated this issue of degradation and destruction of nature by capital with the concept of metabolism for the first time, highlighting its importance to all serious theory of ecology. According to him, the ultimate problem lies in capital's necessary inability to make the real distinction between the safely transcendable and the absolute, since it must assert, irrespective of the consequences, its own historically specific requirements as absolute ones, following the blind dictates of self-expanding exchange value. Conflating its historical necessity with natural necessity, capital cannot recognize the true meaning of natural necessity, which consists of the elementary requirements of production confined by the universal metabolism of nature. It instead behaves as if these absolute natural limits are transcendable. Some might be actually transcendable with the aid of science and technology, but obviously not all, and aims to subjugate them for the sake of its further valorization, leading to the degradation and ultimate destruction of nature. Since capital cannot recognize absolute limits, a conscious recognition of the existing barriers as the condition of the universal development of the individual is a revolutionary act. This anti-Promethean insight into the limit to growth marks an important first step to the fusion of environmentalism and socialism. Yet it is with Beyond Capital that Mazaros changed the whole discursive constellation around Marx's ecology by elaborating on this concept of metabolism much more systematically. Mazaros focused on Marx's concept of social metabolism in order to analyze the capitalist mode of production as a historically unique way of reorganizing the transhistorical metabolic interaction between humans and nature on an unprecedented scale. He intentionally highlighted the concept of an antithesis to the narrow focus of traditional Marxism on the theory of surplus value as a disclosure of the exploitation of the working class by the capitalist. Instead, Mazaros intended to expand the theoretical scope of a critique of capitalism outside factories. In fact, Marx characterized a process of social metabolism as a flow of commodities and money through which the product of one kind of useful labor replaces that of another. Mazaros, following this insight of Marx, advocated for a much more holistic and integral approach to the historical dynamics of social production and reproduction under capitalism. Although its importance is still often underestimated, the concept of metabolism is essential for Marx's Capital. Thanks for following Equalizing X Distort. Marx defined labor, the most fundamental category of Marxism, in relation to the metabolism between humans and nature. Labor is, first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his actions, mediates, regulates, and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. This metabolic process is first of all a natural ecological process, which is common to any historical change because humans cannot live without working upon nature through labor. It is the universal condition for the metabolism between man and nature, the everlasting nature imposed condition of human existence, and it is therefore independent of every form of that existence, or rather it is common to all forms of society in which human beings live. I formerly used to go by the username Kami Buddhist, and then I switched to Champagne Brochureless briefly for I think 5 streams. I didn't have that username for that long. When was the last time I streamed on here? I want to say I had like 2 streams in I want to say September, but like before that I haven't streamed for like a year pretty much. But yeah, my new username is Cashburner because I want to focus on like talking about money abolition. But yeah, I guess welcome back. Once he gets his job, he'll leave us again. No, I'm planning to. My New Year's resolution this year was to start streaming again, or like at least one of them. And another one was quitting smoking, which I've been able to do for like the last 26 days. So I'm planning on doing at least 1 or 2 theory streams a week, and then maybe like playing video games on the side too. Pretty much like I'm not gonna be doing a lot of. You can just not work and not use money. That's funny. I think money sucks because it circulates into capital. I'm an advocate of labor vouchers, which don't circulate into capital because they are destroyed at exchange, so you can't reuse them as like a way to purchase means of production. But that's only in lower phase communism, like as far as they're needed. Until like you get to a point of post-scarcity and everything can just be planned. I'll help you by even taking some of the cash off your hands. I don't have that much left. I'm sorry. I'm a $4 victim. Like if someone mugged me, they would probably get at most like a couple $100. Although its importance is still often underestimated, the concept of metabolism is essential for Marx's Capital. Marx defined labor, the most fundamental category of Marxism, in relation to the metabolism between humans and nature. Okay, yeah, I already read that. Okay, this metabolic process is first of all a natural ecological process which is common to any historical stage, because humans cannot live without working upon nature through labor. Right? Like you can't survive without doing some sort of work from nature to feed yourself or feed other people. It is the universal condition for the metabolism between man and nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and it is therefore independent of every form of that existence, or rather, it is common to all forms of society in which human beings live. Humans can never escape from being part of the universal metabolism of nature. This also means that humans cannot produce ex nihilo, but always ex materia. Food, clothes, houses, and even the most high-tech goods that dematerialize the economy use energy and natural resources without exception. Everything is part of nature. In this sense, human metabolism with nature is a natural necessity that can never be suspended. This is why Marx wrote that labor works upon a natural substratum that exists without human intervention, and human labor can only change the form of the materials. Furthermore, humans are dependent upon nature. Marx highlighted that both labor and nature play essential roles in the labor process. Labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth, i.e. of the use values it produces. As William Petty says, labor is the father of material wealth. Earth is the mother. So that's actually, I remember reading that part in Capital. So, like, it also, like, side note, if you've read Critique of the Gotha program, this is like one of Marx's major arguments from it. Like, labor is not the source of all wealth. It's labor in combination with nature, and that's where Lassalle was fucking completely wrong and deserved to be like shat on for being scientifically inaccurate of saying that labor is the source of all wealth. And any like social is studying. Okay. Welcome back in, Red Falcon. Was in earlier. Twitch was stuttering. Yeah, I think I've been running my stream like on my phone, so I can actually like see how well it's running at the same time. But also it's a way for me to like respond to chat real quick too, instead of like typing. Oh, my phone's about to die. This is why Marx wrote that labor works upon a material substratum that exists without human intervention, and human labor can only change the form of the materials. Furthermore, humans are dependent upon nature. Marx highlighted that both labor and nature play essential roles in the labor process. Labor is therefore not only the source of material wealth, i.e. of the use values it produces. As William Petty says, labor is the father of material wealth, earth is the mother. Humans can work upon, consume, and discard nature, but their activities are constrained by natural laws and various biophysical processes of the universal metabolism of nature. According to Meszaros, this unceasing interaction constitutes the primary level of the universal metabolism process between humans and nature, without which humanity could not possibly survive even in the most ideal form of society. On a more concrete level, the exact ways humans carry out their metabolism with the external environment differ significantly depending on the given objective natural conditions such as climate, location, availability, and accessibility of resources and energy. These dimensions of the primary level of metabolism have to do with the natural substratum, which remains as a historical absolute with its force, for no matter to what degree this natural substratum must be modified by ongoing human productive development in the course the historical creation of new needs and the corresponding extension of the conditions of their satisfaction. Ultimately, it always remains firmly circumcised by nature itself. I think Rusty Garage left the stream. They went back to work. I like Snapchatted them thanks afterwards. But yeah, that means you have access to my like silly little emotes. Let me see if I can. I'm like completely against asking people to sub. It's just something that I just have on my channel because I've been like an affiliate for like I think almost 2 years now, and like one of those years I didn't even stream really. But Jordan Peterson told me that Marx failed to account for nature. Yeah, because Jordan Peterson only read Communist Manifesto and called that as good enough of understanding Marx's arguments. What happened to the bank job? I left the bank job. I haven't worked at the bank job for like, I think a year. Like, it's almost like 2 years at this point. I had another job for like a year and a half where I was like a a shift lead manager, and then I became a pharmacy technician. I really like pharmacy. One of the jobs I'm applying to is a pharmacy job. I've got an interview for that tomorrow, but the interview I had today was for a dispensary. Hopefully I get that job because that'll be fucking fun. Alright, back to reading. These dimensions of the primary level of metabolism have to do with the natural substratum, which remains as a historical absolute with its force. For no matter to what degree this natural substratum might, indeed must, be modified by ongoing human productive development, in the course, the historical creation of new needs and the corresponding extension of the conditions of their satisfaction, ultimately, it always remains firmly circumcised by nature itself. Similarly, Kate Soper argues that those material conditions and processes that are dependent of human activity in the sense that they are not a humanly created project, and those whose forces and casual powers are the necessary conditions of every human practice and determine the possible forms they can take. The objective existence of nature independently of humans characterizes the basic insight of materialism. Yeah, so the whole thing about materialism is like the outside world objectively exists outside of us. Like, instead of the internal view of idealism. The objective existence of nature, independently of humans, characterizes the basic insight of materialism. Humans are, however, not simply confined. Yeah, it's like the basic insight of materialism. Humans are, however, not simply confined by the given environment. They can reflect upon their own interaction with it. They can design tools to produce more efficiently and improve the quality of products, discover new materials, and invent totally new objects according to their needs. This is the unique character of human labor compared with other animals. As productive forces historically develop in this way, the objective conditions of production change greatly through human history. Notwithstanding this, the primary material condition remains throughout and cannot be abolished. The plasticity of nature does not negate its characteristic as a natural substratum of nature. If humans ignore the natural substratum, such violation of natural laws causes multiple ecological contradictions such as pollution, resource scarcity, and exhaustion. At the same time, Marx cautioned that such a great description of the labor process can turn into banal statement that humans are a part of nature and need to live with nature. At the same time, Marx cautioned that such a great general description of the labor process can turn into a banal statement that humans are a part of nature and need to live with nature. While incessant metabolism is a trans-historical condition of human survival that remains valid as long as humans live and work on the earth, Marx pointed out that this way of treating the general preconditions of all production is hammered out in flat tautologies, which indicate nothing more than the essential moments of all production. Grundrisse. The uniqueness of his economic analysis is rather his recognition that labor is always carried out under a certain set of social relations. Mazzaro summarizes this point as the necessity of the social mediation of a human metabolism with nature. There can be no escape from the imperative to establish fundamental structural relations through which the vital functions of primary mediation can be carried on for as long as humankind is to survive. Out of this imperative, a social structure emerges in the course of human history that is mediated by communication, cooperation, norms, institutions, and law. Metabolism between humans and nature is, seen from this perspective, simultaneously a socio-historical process whose concrete forms significantly vary according to the structural relationships that exist in different times and places. They constitute what Mazzaros calls the second order of meditations of historically specific social reproductive systems. The historical uniqueness of second order mediations under capitalism becomes immediately obvious when we compare them with those in non-capitalist societies. Marx contrasted the modern capitalist production with that of ancient society. Wealth does not appear as the aim of production. The question is always which mode of property creates the best citizens. Thus, the old view in which the human being appears as the aim of production, regardless of his limited national, religious, political character, seems to be very lofty when contrasted to the modern world, where production appears as the aim of mankind and wealth as the aim of production. The primary goal of capitalist production is the valorization of capital above anything else. Capitalism is driven by the insatiable desire for profit-making and constantly increases the productive capacity. In contrast, in pre-capitalist societies, production was conducted for the sake of satisfying concrete needs, and correspondingly, the aim of production was use values tied to the fulfillment of finite wants, which is something we should probably return to. With the domination of this logic of capital for the sake of maximal valorization and the limitless expansion of capital, historically specific second-order mediation emerges by developing the world market technologies, transportation and credit system, and artificial appetites. Capital wholly transforms and recognizes the entire world, as Mazzaros argues. Every one of the primary forms of metabolism between humans and nature is altered almost beyond recognition, so as to suit the self-expansionary needs of a fetishistic and alienating system of social metabolic control, which must subordinate absolutely everything to the imperative of capital accumulation. That's a great quote. Since there is no absolute limit in this process, capital is totalizing, continuously expanding and subordinating all aspects of the productive functions of both humans and nature to the imperative of capital accumulation. However, this capitalistically institutionalized second order meditation, as in the case of wage labor, commodity exchange, and private property, is alienated mediation. However, this capitalistically institutionalized... What page is this? I might quote this later. Page 21. Since there is no absolute limit in this process, capital is totalizing, continuously expanding, and subordinating all aspects of the productive functions of both humans and nature to the imperative of capital accumulation. However, this capitalistically institutionalized second order mediation, as in the case of wage labor, commodity exchange, and private property, is alienated mediation. Here, one should note that it is characterized not only by the estrangement of labor, but also by the alienation of nature. Since his Deutscher Prize lecture in 1971, Meszaros remained convinced that capital's organization of social metabolism with its second order meditations is incompatible with transhistorical material characteristics of metabolism between humans and nature on the primary level, regarding to its degradation and ultimate destruction in the long run. Trying to grab a chart record, 1 sec. To highlight this point, Meszaros used the expression absolute limit of nature, which capital cannot overcome. It exists independently of capital, but capital cannot realize the non-identity of nature and constantly aims to relativize the absolute in its attempt to become the absolute by totalizing the regime of capital. However, the subjugation of the natural cycle that exists prior to and independently of the formation of the capitalist cycle ultimately disrupts and destroys the universal metabolism of nature. In the moment of ecological crisis, a fundamental problem of capitalist second mediation manifests itself due to the asymmetrical relationship between society and nature, namely nature as the material substratum can exist without humans, but not vice versa. Today, capital is no longer productive, but rather destructive and threatens human existence. This is the moment when the limits of capital become discernible. Capital's limits can no longer be conceptualized as merely the material obstacles to a greater increase in productivity and social wealth, and thus as a brake on development, but as a direct challenge to the very survival of mankind. And in another sense, the limits of capital can turn against it as the overpowering controller of the social metabolism. When capital is no longer able to secure, by whatever means, the conditions of its destructive self-reproduction, and thereby causes the breakdown of the overall social metabolism. Capital cannot stop expanding. It continues to increase its destruction. As capital cannot stop expanding, it continues to increase its destructive power. Meszaros added that the capital system as a mode of social metabolic reproduction finds itself in its descending phase of historical development, and therefore it is only capitalistically advanced, but in no other sense at all, thereby capable of sustaining itself in ever more destructive and therefore or ultimately also self-destructive way. The development of capitalism no longer counts as development because its inadequate mechanisms of social control ultimately threaten humanity's sheer survival. Meszaros differentiated himself from orthodox Marxists in explicitly acknowledging that the robbery inherent in the capitalist development of productive forces does not bring about progress leading to socialism. Meszaros was presumably inspired by Lukács' theory of metabolism and his Hegelian discussion of the identity and non-identity. Both Lukács and Meszaros recognize that society is a part of the universal metabolism of nature, as the latter encompasses everything and functions as a material foundation of all kinds of human activity. Humans cannot even think without brains, but society banger. Humans cannot even think without brains. Banger. But society does bring about new socio-historical emergent properties and laws that do not exist without human beings. However, even those purely social properties are not entirely freeform from the rest of nature. This dialectical relationship between the social and the natural constitutes the complex dynamics of the social and natural metabolic processes that cannot be adequately grasped in the mechanical or social constructivist approaches. All right, 23 pages in. Okay, I'm at top of page 23. I want to see how long this chapter is. Jesus, this chapter is long. Am I gonna finish this entire, like, first part? Okay, I'll get to where it says notes. So... And then the next time I read, I'll do to the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels revised from an ecological perspective. So okay, I got until 39 pages. Okay, I'm gonna stretch before I continue because I still have a decent amount to, like, keep reading. And then maybe after that I might change a stream to, like, playing video games or something. I haven't decided yet. Or I might end stream depending on how tired I am. Also, a quick Twitter break too. Is anyone still here? Is anyone still watching? Press W in the chat if you're still here. If you're lurking in the background, you don't have to, I guess. It's whatever. Thanks, Red Falcon. What do you think about this? Press F. Red Falcon, what do you think about this book so far? And I guess what does everyone think about this book so far? I'm here but trying to fight off 9 million wolves and space engineers. Nice. Yeah, this is recent. This there's a Japanese version that came out last year. This is the English version that just released. It's available to buy, I think, in April. Right now you can pre-order it, but I got this off of LibGen because it was already there. I would be willing to read Ayn Rand or Adam Smith to, like, roast both of them. I prefer, out of the two, I prefer Adam Smith. Ayn Rand is just, like, she's a fucking baked dummy. Like, she's a fucking dipshit. Mazzaro's legacy of the theory of metabolism was later taken upon let's see, yeah. Mazzaro's legacy of the theory of metabolism was later taken up by John Bellamy Foster and Paul Burkett, who have carefully examined Marx's own usage of the concept of metabolism in various texts and developed the key concept of metabolic rift. Its basic thesis is relatively simple. The metabolic interaction of humans with the rest of nature consists the basis of living, but the capitalist way of organizing human interactions with their ecosystems inevitably creates a great chasm in these processes and threatens both humans and non-human beings. Today, there are various
attempts to analyze these rifts
in terms of marine ecology, climate change, the disruption of the nitrogen cycle, and soil erosion. These studies
confirm the validity and
fruitfulness of Marx's theory of metabolic rift. Nevertheless, it is unfortunate that Marx did not elaborate on the concept of metabolic rift in detail in Capital. Marx warned against an irreparable rift in social and natural metabolism only in one passage, Capital Volume 3. As a consequence, despite Foster's careful analysis of Marx's writing and the further application of this concept to various contemporary ecological issues by other scholars, critics feel justified in insisting that the implications of Foster's thesis for contemporary thought are vague and the conclusions atavistic. Others also object that the greening of Marx's critique of capitalism is an excessive imposition of our concerns upon the representative 19th century thinker, distorting and neglecting the existence of flaws and limitations in Marx's theory. These criticisms are worth responding to here as they provide a good opportunity to clarify Marx's concept of metabolic rift and its systematic character at the beginning of this book. Even if the concept of rift may appear sporadic in Marx's writing, his theory of metabolism is actually profound and solid. In fact, there are good reasons to assume that he would have elaborated on the concept of metabolic rift in more detail if Marx was able to finish Capital. I argue that there are three dimensions of metabolic rift in technological as well as spatio-temporal terms, as elucidated in Capital Volume 1. The transhistorical labor process receives a new form as a valorization process under capitalism, and its biophysical processes of metabolism between humans and nature are thoroughly transformed and reorganized for the sake of capital's valorization. Deep transformation pivots around a certain aspect of labor, namely abstract labor, as it possesses a uniquely capitalist function as the sole source of surplus value. Under the primacy of the logic of capital's valorization, not only the functioning of nature, but also various aspects of concrete labor in the labor process are forcefully abstracted and subordinated to the primacy of surplus value. Value as the objectification of abstract labor is nothing but the expenditure of human labor power in general. When value becomes the organizing principle of metabolism between humans and nature, it cannot fully reflect the complexity of the biophysical metabolic processes between them. I feel like if someone wanted to make a drinking game out of this book, you have to take a shot every time he mentions metabolism or says metabolic. It even utilizes concrete labor and natural environment as externalities in order to extract more value. Marx thus maintained that this transformation of the material world from the perspective of production of surplus value has destructive consequences for both humans and nature. The same blind desire for profit that in the one case exhausted the soil had in the other case seized hold of the vital force of the nation at its roots. Based on this theory of metabolism, Marx consistently problematized the capitalist squandering of two fundamental factors of production: labor power and natural forces, are Batescraft and naturecraft. The alienation of labor and nature are mutually constitutive of each other. In other words, capital not only exploits labor, but also subsumes the entire world, significantly affecting space, scale, and time rate. With its ever-expanding and accelerating scale of economy, capital brings about spatio-temporal transformations on an unprecedented level. According to Marx, metabolic rift appears in three levels and forms. First and most fundamentally, metabolic rift is the material disruption of cyclical processes in natural metabolism under the regime of capital. Smith honestly isn't terrible considering the time period. Like, Smith is at least in part where labor theory value comes from, I'm not mistaken. Yep. And he considered landlords parasitic. Yep. Yeah, two things that Smith was right on. Whereas Ayn Rand would like totally stroke the dick of any landlord for exerting like their freedom or whatever the fuck she believes in. Marx's favorite example is the exhaustion of the soil by modern agriculture. Modern large-scale industrial agriculture makes plants absorb nutrition as much and as fast as possible so that they can be sold to customers in large cities, even beyond national borders. It was Justus von Liebig's agricultural chemistry in 1862 and his theory of metabolism that prompted Marx to integrate an analysis of the robbery system of agriculture into capital. As the German chemist warned in his path-breaking book, inorganic substances such as phosphor and potash are essential to plant growth, but their availability to plants is limited in terms of their naturally occurring quantities in the soil, because the weathering process that disperses these organic substances through the actions of the atmosphere and rainwater takes quite a long time. Thus, Liebig highlighted the importance of respecting the law of replenishment as the most fundamental principle of rational agriculture that demands the return of a sufficient amount of the minerals absorbed by plants to the original soil. If farmers are able to maintain soil fertility and secure long-term profitability, this necessity of replenishment counts as the primary mediation, and that all societies must respect it, wherever and whenever you are. Liebig harshly criticized modern robbery agriculture, which only aims at the maximization of short-term profit and lets plants absorb as many nutrients from the soil as possible without replenishing them. Market competition drives farmers to large-scale agriculture, intensifying land usage without sufficient management and care. As a consequence, modern capitalist agriculture created a dangerous disruption in the med, metabolic cycle of soil nutrients. In order to highlight its danger, Liebig even warned about the potential collapse of European civilization due to soil exhaustion. Impressed by agricultural chemistry, Marx in Capital praised Liebig's immortal merits for revealing the negative, i.e., the destructive side of modern agriculture, arguing capitalist production causes the urban population to achieve an ever-growing preponderance. As a result, it disrupts the metabolic interaction between man and earth. It prevents the return to the soil and the constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence, it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility in the soil. Thus, it destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker and the intellectual life of the rural worker. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. That's a banger. Welcome back in Discount Seth Rogen. I'm reading Marx in the Anthropocene. We're on chapter 1. I just started. So far, this book fucking smacks. It's a fantastic critique of people critiquing Marx, saying that Marx wasn't aware of nature. If fucking Jordan Peterson read this book, he'd start fucking crying. Degrowth is based. I'm a degrowth communist. That's not my tendency, but I believe in degrowth because degrowth is the point of degrowth communism is to reject the limitless growth of capital. I get real frustrated when people strawman the fuck out of degrowth communism, comparing it to neoliberal austerity. Bad analogy, Jordan P.P. Peterson. Jordan P.P. Peterson would cry at just about anything. Yeah. Very true. Here, Marx formulated the problem of soil exhaustion as a contradiction created by capitalist production and the metabolism between humans and nature. Alright, have a good dinner, Red Falcon. Insofar as value cannot fully take the metabolism between humans and nature into account, and capitalist production prioritizes the infinite accumulation of value, the realization of sustainable production within capitalism faces insurmountable barriers. This fundamental level of metabolic rift in the form of the disruption of material flow cannot occur without being supplemented and reinforced by two further dimensions. The second dimension of metabolic rift is spatial rift. Marx highly valued Liebig in Capital because his agricultural chemistry provided a scientific foundation for his earlier critical analysis of the social division of labor, which he conceptualized as the contradiction between town and country in the German ideology. Liebig lamented that those crops that are sold in large modern cities do not return to the original soil after they are consumed by the workers. Instead, they are thrown into the rivers as sewage via river closets, only strengthening the tendency towards soil exhaustion. So yeah, it's like we should be fucking composting. Goes without fucking saying. All right. This antagonistic spatial relationship between town and country, it can be called spatial rift, is founded upon a violent process of so-called primitive accumulation accompanied by depeasantization and massive urban growth of the working class population concentrated in large cities. This not only necessitates the long distance transport of products, but also significantly increases the demand for agricultural products in large cities, leading to continuous cropping without following under large scale agriculture, which is intensified even more through market competition. In other words, robbery agriculture does not exist without the social division of labor unique to capitalist production, which is based upon the concentration of the working class in large cities and the corresponding necessity for the constant transport of their food from the countryside. The spatial rift also means the concentration of wastes in the city, degrading its living conditions. Under the heading of production, we have the waste products of industry and agriculture. Under that of consumption, we have both the excrement produced by man's natural metabolism and the form in which useful articles survive after use has been made of them. The natural human waste products are of the greatest importance for agriculture, but there is a colossal wastage in the capitalist economy in proportion to their actual use. Excrement gave off a foul smell in the city of London at Marx's time. Cholera became prevalent. The problem of environmental degradation in terms of both the living conditions of the working class in the city and soil exhaustion in the countryside accompanied by the misery of peasants, represents a typical consequence of the antagonistic spatial separation within a capitalist country. This continues to widen in the course of capitalist development and even creates an irreparable rift in the metabolism between humans and nature on a global scale. Again, Marx problematized this contradiction, referring to Liebig. In this way, large-scale land ownership produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process between social metabolism and natural metabolism, prescribed by the natural laws of the soil. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil, and trade carries this devastation far beyond the bounds of a single country. The spatial rift only worsens with the expansion of capitalism, even though the formation of the world market simultaneously creates a counter tendency, as discussed soon. Andreas Malm's Fossil Capitalism provides another example of how capital profits from this antagonistic spatial organization. His work reconstructs the historical transition from watermills to steam engines fired by coal. River water is abundant and free. In short, water is a perfectly sustainable and free energy. This is an obvious but important fact considering the prevailing Malthusian explanation for the development of new technologies. Okay, hold on. I have too many notifications on my phone. According to this type of explanation, the increasing scarcity of resources and their corresponding increase of price in the race for economic growth leads to discovery of or invention of other cheaper substituting materials. So, yeah, like even fucking degrowth communism critiques Malthusian like explanation. So like when patriotic socialists call degrowth Malthusian, they're like, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, as always. Malm rejects this myth, arguing that it does not apply to the eclipse of free and abundant water power, and its replacement by steam engine dependent on the massive use of costly coal. In order to explain this historical transition to fossil fuel, Malm argues it is necessary to take into account the social dimension of the second order mediation of capital. As Malm explains, the use of fossil fuels did not start as a new substituent cheap energy, but rather as fossil capital. The natural characteristics of coal in contrast to water as a transportable energy source that was suitable to monopoly ownership proved to possess a unique social significance for the development of capitalist production. River water cannot be moved, and water power requires communal management. Thanks to coal, capital was able to overcome these physical constraints, leaving the areas near the rivers where the workers were more resistant. Since labor power was relatively scarce, coal enabled capital to build new factories in large cities where a larger number of workers were in dire need of jobs. This was basically how the power balance between capital and labor radically changed with the invention of the steam engine. But this change also intensified the antagonistic relationship between the center and the periphery, degrading both the living conditions of workers in the former and the natural environment in the latter. The third dimension of metabolic rift is the temporal rift, as it is obvious from the slow formulation of soil nutrients and fossil nutrients and the accelerating circulation of capital, where there emerges a rift between nature's time and capital's time. Capital constantly attempts to shorten its turnover time and maximize valorization in a given time. The shortening of turnover time is an effective way of increasing the quantity of profit in the face of the decreasing rate of profit. This process is accompanied by increasing demands for floating capital in the form of cheap and abundant raw auxiliary materials. Furthermore, capital constantly revolutionizes the production process, augmenting productive forces with an unprecedented speed compared with pre-capitalist societies. Productive forces can double or triple with the introduction of new materials, but nature cannot change its formation process of phosphor or fossil fuel, so it was likely that productivity in the production of raw materials would tend not to increase as rapidly as productivity in general, and accordingly the growing requirements for raw materials. This tendency can never be fully suspended because natural cycles exist independently of capitalist demands. Capital cannot produce without nature, but it also wishes that nature would vanish. When nature cannot catch up with the accelerating speed of capital, there arises a grave discrepancy between two kinds of time that are particular to nature and capital. Marx gives the following example of excessive deforestation under capitalism. Okay, I have like 10 more pages. Okay, final. So I probably have like 1 more hour left in me of reading, and then I'm pooped. The long production time, which includes a relatively slight amount of working time, and the consequent length of the turnover period makes forest culture a line of business unsuited to private and hence to capitalist production, the latter being fundamentally a private operation even when the associated capitalist takes the place of the individual. The development of civilization and industry in general has always shown itself so active in the destruction of forests that everything that has been done for the conservation and production is completely insignificant in comparison. The same problem can be found with the long time required for the natural formation of fossil fuels and capital's increasing demand for it. Long before peak oil became an issue for discussion, the possible exhaustion of British coal was a major concern in Marx's time in its competition with the United States economy. In reality, 3 dimensions of metabolic rift are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. Through technological media such as telecommunication, railways, and airplanes, there occurs time-space compression that aims to annihilate spatial and temporal distance by speeding up in favor of a shorter circuit of capital. The social construction of time and space by capital exerts great objective force, with which capital's second order mediation radically transforms the relationship between humans and nature. Ultimately, this reorganization under the logic of capital intensifies the grave tension between social and natural metabolism. Marx was, however, not simply satisfied with acknowledging the static existence of such rifts, but more interested in how they emerge in nature and how they are spatially and temporally redistributed in a disproportionate manner. This is the reason why Marx in his later years studied natural science intensively in order to comprehend the historical dynamics of capital accumulation and its ecological consequences. 3 dimensions of metabolic shift. The contradiction of capitalist accumulation is that increases in the social productivity are accompanied by a decrease in the natural productivity due to robbery. It is possible for the increase in the social productivity of agriculture simply to compensate for a decline in natural productivity, or not even to do this much, and this compensation only can be effective for a certain period, so that despite the technical development, the product does not become cheaper, but is simply prevented from becoming cheaper. So let me break this down again for myself. and is thus essential for capital to secure stable access to cheap resources, energy, and food. This is what drives capital to construct a system of general exploitation of the natural and human qualities and a system of general utility. As Marx argues in the Grundrisse. Hence, exploration of all nature in order to discover new, useful qualities in things, universal exchange of the producers of all alien climates and lands, new artificial preparation of natural objects by which they are given new use values, the exploration of the earth in all directions to discover new things of use as well as new useful qualities of the old, such as new qualities of them as raw materials. This is how capital strives to be a universal system, but this process is also accompanied by the universalization of its own contradiction. The exploration of Earth and the invention of new technologies cannot repair the rift. The rift remains irreparable in capitalism. This is because capital attempts to overcome rifts without recognizing its own absolute limits, which it cannot do. Instead, it simply attempts to relativize the absolute. This is what Marx meant when he wrote, "Every limit appears a barrier to overcome." Capital constantly invents new technologies, develops means of transportation, discovers new use values, and expands markets to overcome natural limits. This is how it constantly shifts the metabolic rift to other social groups living somewhere else, not only for the sake of buying time, but also for minimizing the manifestation of negative effects in the centers through the hierarchical integration of the peripheries. Metabolic shift is a typical reaction of capital to the economic and ecological crisis it causes. For only the reactive and retroactive manipulation of symptoms and effects is compatible with the continuing role of capital's causa sui. Metabolic shift, however, cannot solve the problem as long as it cannot stop its insatiable process of accumulation. This is why Marx declared that the true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself. What a banger. It's true. Like, even like between people who like want to become entrepreneurs, the biggest barrier to them being entrepreneurs is capital itself. Like a pre-existing capital that's in the way of like everyone else already owning everything in the market, so therefore there's no more markets for you to like make it something new in. Like you can't just like, go into the grocery business and like compete with your competitors if they've already like done everything that they can to revolutionize the production process for their own private gains. Corresponding to the first three dimensions of metabolic rifts, there are also three ways of shifting them. First, there is the technological shift. I feel like I should be reading notes. I might just reskim through this like again later. You can ask me a off question topic about theory. That's fine. I've been like chucking through this. I only have 9 pages left, so I don't know. I don't know because I haven't read Terry Eagleton. I think David Harvey likes the book. Marx was right. I haven't read it though, so I wouldn't know. David Harvey was like one of the first Marxist academics I got into like learning from. I think he's a social democrat, but like as far as like some of his like solutions for things are, like I'm not really comfortable calling David Harvey a communist either. But like I'm pretty sure if there was a revolution he would support it. Just like in the meantime, like yeah, I don't know. He has like good like David Harvey has good things to say about like I get like good things within Marxism to say, but like I have surpassed the need for David Harvey at this point, if that makes sense. August Willich is an interesting dude, not a writer, just interesting. First, there is Willich wanted to duel Marx for allegedly being too conservative, then became a Civil War general. What the fuck? Like on the side of the Union or the side of the South? Like an American Civil War? That's interesting. Good for him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Marx like refused the duel because Marx isn't an idiot, and funnily enough, Marx's rival Lassalle died in a duel. Cause like this one dude, I think he was fighting his like his wife's ex or something, or like someone who is like a suitor for his wife. Yeah, Lassalle is an idiot, and I think Engels made fun of Lassalle dying in that duel or something. Okay, so let's continue. First, there is technological shift. Oh, welcome in, No Rams. I think you followed earlier. You've been pretty quiet. When his troops became unsteady under fire, he stood up before them. His back to the enemy, he conducted his regiment through the manual of arms. He had his regimental band play La Marseillaise, the anthem for all Republican movements in Europe. Interesting. Oh, you're one of my Twitter followers. Hello, welcome in. This is what I look like. Yeah, I'm Cash Burner. The man behind, or the person, the guy behind all the fucking tweets. Yeah, I'm a council communist. I don't know what else to say about myself. I don't know if you want to like type in your Twitter username so I know who you are. That might help me out a bit. Okay, first there is a technological shift. Although Liebig warned about the collapse, or whatever the song is in the background, I don't like it. Oh, I know who you are. Yeah, I've seen your tweets. Can I like refer to you as Nora? I thought your username was no rams because it reads like no rams. And not Nora MS or Nora MZ. Sorry. Yeah, I know who you are. Okay, first there is technological shift. Although Liebig warned about the collapse of the European civilization due to robbery agriculture in the 19th century, his prediction apparently did not come true. This is largely thanks to Fritz Haber and Karl Bosch, who invented the so-called Haber-Bosch process in 1906 that enabled the industrial mass production of ammonia. It's because Nora wasn't disponable. The mass production of ammonia by fixing nitrogen from the air and thus of chemical fertilizer to maintain soil fertility. Historically speaking, the problem of soil exhaustion due to a lack of inorganic substances was largely resolved thanks to this invention. Nevertheless, the Haber-Bosch process did not heal the rift but only shifted, generating other problems on a large scale. The production of ammonia uses a massive amount of natural gas as a source of hydrogen. In other words, it squanders another limited resource in order to produce ammonia as a remedy to soil exhaustion, but it is also quite energy intensive, producing a lot of carbon dioxide, responsible for 1% of the total carbon emission in the world. That's a lot. Oh, it's because Nora wasn't available? Okay, yeah. Furthermore, excessive applications of chemical fertilizer leach into the environment, causing eutrophication and red tide, while nitrogen oxide pollutes water. Overdependence on chemical fertilizer disrupts soil ecology so that it results in soil erosion, low water and nutrient holding capacity, and increased vulnerability to diseases and insects. Consequently, more frequent irrigation, a larger amount of fertilizer, and more powerful equipment become necessary, together with pesticides. This kind of industrial agriculture consumes not just water, but large quantities of oil also, which make agriculture a serious driver of climate change. As Vandana Shiva points out, The robbery character of agriculture has not changed since Liebig's time. Contemporary societies across the world stand on the verge of collapse as society soils are eroded, degraded, poisoned, buried under concrete, and deprived of life. While soil exhaustion due to robbery, agriculture is limited to a piece of land, agrochemicals leak to the environment with water and disrupt the normal functioning of ecosystems. In short, metabolic shift creates externalities with the aid of new technologies. Soil fertility is artificially maintained and even strengthened, while capital does not pay for byproducts. The creation of externalities is also an effective way to obscure the responsibility of companies for environmental problems due to the difficulty of proving the direct causation. True. Welcome in God's Vibes. We're reading Marx and the Anthropocene. It's a book about ecology and like yeah, it's pretty good so far. I really like this book. This is the first time I'm reading it, so I'm reading it live for the first time on stream. Do I know anything about traveling and immigration? At one point I had an acquaintance with a immigration lawyer, but no, I don't. Unfortunately, I know a little bit about traveling because I buy myself plane tickets, and that's about it. But I don't know, like, I don't know what you mean by that. What's that emote of? Oh, is that fucking Tito? Is Marina a market socialist? Your friend's from Dubai and wants to move to Canada? That's interesting. Good luck with that. You see that argument made by bookchinists as its entire, but it's the way as its entire argument against capitalism.
While soil exhaustion due to robbery agriculture is limited to a piece of land, agrochemicals leak to the environment with water and disrupt the normal functioning of ecosystems. In short, metabolic shift creates externalities with the aid of new technologies. Soil fertility is artificially maintained and even strengthened, while capital does not pay for byproducts. The creation of externalities is also an effective way to obscure the responsibility of companies for environmental problems due to the difficulty of proving the direct causation. Even if the responsibility is clarified and the relevant costs are internalized, the original conditions of the environment often never recover to their original state. At the same time,
let's see, creation of externalities is without direct causation, even if the responsibility is clarified and the relevant costs are internalized, the original conditions of the environment often never recover to their original state. At the same time, capital finds new business opportunities in these disruptions, taking the opportunity to sell more commodities, such as chemical fertilizer and pesticide, to the farmers. In other words, nature's biological systems are not mere obstacles or barriers for capital, but their degradation creates new sources for profit. Capital utilizes nature as a vehicle for accumulation. Following Kloppenberg's insight, Boyd, Prudham, Sherman extend Marx's concept of formal and real subsumption under capital to nature. According to Marx, formal subsumption of labor under capital simply subjugates workers to the command of capital without changing the way they work. That is, the production of absolute surplus value, while real subsumption of labor reorganizes the entire produces of production in favor of capital accumulation through cooperation, division of labor, and mechanization. That is, the production of relative surplus value. Similarly, the formal subsumption of nature is a simple exploitation of natural processes for the sake of commodity production in nature-based industries without capital's technological intervention in natural cycles and processes. For example, finding new sites of extraction, uses of machinery, developing preservation systems. In contrast, real subsumption of nature aims at manipulating biological processes with the aid of technology so that nature is remade to work harder, better, faster, stronger. Real subsumption of nature fundamentally changes the natural metabolic cycle. Examples include growth hormones, synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, as well as new biotechnologies, genetically modified organisms, and biomedical implants. In this manner, capital creates opportunities for opening new markets in the midst of a metabolic rift. Ooh, holy shit, I feel like my dad would like this part because he is like a fucking Alex Jones conspiracy head, but he also fucking hates GMOs more than anything. But yeah, it's true that like in this manner, capital creates opportunities for opening new markets in the midst of metabolic rift. Like all of these are examples of like capital responding through metabolic rift. Consequently, peasants and farmers become more and more dependent upon commodities such as seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides provided by giant agribusiness companies like Monsanto. Real subsumption of nature deprives them of traditional knowledge as well as autonomy and independence in the production process. Furthermore, such commodification induces the concentration of capital in the sphere of agricultural production because the industrialization of operations and materials increases the minimum amount of capital to continue production on the level of socially average level. After all, metabolic rift cannot be fully repaired unless the universal metabolism of nature is mediated in a quantitatively different manner by freely associated producers. Thus, there remains a constant need to shift the rift under capitalism, which continues to bring about new problems. This contradiction becomes more discernible in considering the second type of shifting, the metabolic rift, that is spatial shift, which expands the antagonism of the city and the countryside to a global scale in favor of the global north. Spatial shift creates externality by a geographic displacement of ecological burdens to another social group living somewhere else. Again, Marx discussed this issue in relation to soil exhaustion in core capitalist countries in the 19th century. On the coast of Peru, there are small islands consisting of the excrement of seabirds called guano that have accumulated over so many years to form guano islands. Ew. So it's like there's literally islands made out of bird shit. That's fucking hilarious. I'm googling that. Guano? Is it the USA just arrived? Did I pronounce it wrong? It's a real fucking thing. Holy shit. How did I not know about this? They literally have a law that every land on Earth with guano can be claimed by the USA. That's so stupid. Wait, why? Whose law is that? Why would we want the bird shit islands? It's a real thing though. That's fucking hilarious. What are they mining from it? Guano Islands Act is a United States federal law passed by Congress. When was this passed? 1856? This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Enables citizens of the United States to take possession in the name of the United States of unclaimed islands containing guano deposits. The islands can be located of anywhere, so long as they are not occupied and not within the jurisdiction of another government. It also empowers the President of the United States to use the military to protect such interests and establish the criminal jurisdiction of the United States in these territories. Dumb. This is so dumb. Oh, it's a prize source of saltpeter for gunpowder as well as agricultural fertilizer. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's like a fucking... Of course it's a resource. That's why they fucking did that. Bird shit? Hey, you heard it here first. Bird shit is a fucking resource. We should fund a guano banana republic and convert us to petty bourgeois U.S. imperialist agents. That's fucking hilarious. I present you the guano state. I went on Twitter for a sec. One of my friends is upset at someone. I think it's funny because I also hate that person. Alright, let's get back to reading. Guano means agricultural fertilizer in the Andean indigenous language, Kohei, and the indigenous people traditionally employed it as dung. In fact, guano is quite rich in minerals such as phosphate and nitrogen. It was Alexander von Humboldt who encountered the indigenous usage of guano during research to Peru in 1802. He investigated the effectiveness of guano and tested it on European soils. Guano turned out to be quite effective, and its usage became quite popular as a best fertilizer across those areas of Europe and the United States. This spatial shift helped develop a gradual decoupling of agricultural production from nutrient cycles within a given territory. Massive imports of guano enabled exponential urbanization in capitalist centers. As natural conditions of production faded away from workers' everyday life, they came to share a conception of nature close to that of any capitalists and landowners. The idea that nature is a depository of resources that can be freely exploited by humans. Marx wrote about this formulation of a new common sense of the English people, about moving the conditions of production to somewhere else in favor of their own affluence. Oh, anti-Anglo fucking action. Let's go. Alright, agriculture no longer finds the natural conditions of its own production within itself, naturally arisen, spontaneous, ready to hand. But these exist as an independent industry separate from it. And with this separateness, the whole complex set of interconnections in which this industry exists is drawn into the sphere of the conditions of agricultural production. This pulling away of the natural ground from the foundations of every industry, and this transfer of its conditions of production outside itself into a general context. Hence the transformation of what was previously superfluous into what is necessary. As a historically created necessity is the tendency of capital. The general foundation of all industries comes to be the general exchange itself, the world market, and hence the totality of the activities, intercourse, needs, etc., of which it is made up. Alright, I gotta fix my posture. This is a long one. Yeah, this is a long one. I'm just gonna read I think like 7 more pages and then I'm done. Just for chapter 1. It's a long chapter. I like how this is going so far. In the course of capitalist development, it is to be considered luxury, something not naturally necessary, becomes necessary. This change of appetite occurs to the working class too. By externalizing the material conditions of production, the working class in the global north came to exploit others in the global south, and in this way, new luxuries are adopted by the working class. This is how the imperial mode of living of capitalist centers spreads all over the society by constantly shifting the ecological rifts and making them invisible to the capitalist center. The current capitalist order of society appears attractive and comfortable for a wide range of social groups in the global north. It thus facilitates a general social consensus, while its real costs are imposed upon other social groups in the global south. I should probably check it out at least. Honestly, ain't much reaches from Japanese Marxists. I'm really enjoying this book so far. Like, what did you have for dinner, Red Falcon? In the 19th century, guano became necessary to sustain soil fertility in Europe. Millions of tons of guano were dug up and continuously exported to Europe, resulting in its rapid exhaustion. Extractivism was accompanied by the brutal oppression of indigenous people and the severe exploitation of thousands of Chinese coolies working under cruel conditions. Ultimately, the exhaustion of guano reserves provoked the Guano War of 1865 and the Salpetre War. In the battle for the remaining guano reserves, as John Bellamy, Foster, and Brett Clark argue, such a solution in favor of the global north resulted in ecological imperialism. Although ecological imperialism shifts the rift to the peripheries, it makes its imminent violence invisible in the center. The metabolic rift only deepens on a global scale through long-distance trade, and the nutrient cycle becomes even more severely disrupted. Anti-Japanesism theory? I didn't know that was a thing. Feels weird. I mean, I have critiques of Japan as like an imperialist nation, but I don't think you should just hate Japanese people. Worst thing you've ever read is anti-Japanese. Oh, that sounds awful. Okay. Ecological imperialism is accompanied by ecologically unequal exchange of free energy and materials. Its impacts are not fully represented in the unequal exchange of value, but it is essential to the process of capital accumulation. The center accumulates more wealth and becomes more affluent, while the periphery remains underdeveloped or becomes even more impoverished. The negative consequences of the rift, such as exhaustion of resources, corporal rift of slaves, and environmental pollution, disproportionately emerge in those peripheries from which resources are constantly extracted and transported to the center. This is representative of the spatial shift as a way of organizing the entire world that can be aptly called capitalist system. The third dimension of the metabolic shift is the temporal shift. The discrepancy between nature's time and capital's time does not immediately bring about an ecological disaster because nature possesses elasticity. Its limits are not static but modifiable to a great extent. Climate crisis is a representative case of this metabolic shift. Massive CO2 emissions due to the excessive usage of fossil fuels is an apparent cause of climate change, but the emission of greenhouse gas does not immediately crystallize as climate breakdown. Anti-Japanesism wants to create a totalitarian communist state to eliminate all cultural, historical identity of Japan as it never existed. This is because Japan is founded on imperialism. The totalitarian Korean state would be revanchist and destroy Japan with an alliance with Japanese indigenous and lumpen proletariat. That sounds awful. Capital exploits the opportunities opened up by this time lag. Wait. Okay, massive CO2 emissions due to excessive usage of fossil fuels is an apparent cause of climate change, but the emission of greenhouse gas does not immediately crystallize as a climate breakdown. Capital exploits the opportunities opened up by this time lag to secure more profits from previous investments in drills and pipelines. Since capital reflects the voice of current shareholders, but not that of future generations, the costs are shifted onto the latter. As a result, future generations suffer from the consequences for which they are not responsible. Marx characterized such an attitude inherent to capitalist development with the slogan, "Après moi la..." What does that mean? Meme ideology for weebs. Yeah, pretty much. After me the flood? Oh, he's characterizing it as like capitalist nihilism. You can't see it from mobile? This time lag generated by a temporal shift also includes a hope that it would be possible to invent new epoch-making technologies. To combat against the ecological crisis in the future. In fact, one may think that it is better to continue economic growth, which promotes technological development, rather than reducing carbon dioxide emissions and adversely affecting the economy. However, even if new negative emission technologies such as carbon capture and storage are invented, it will take a long time for them to spread throughout society and replace the old ones. In the meantime, the environmental crisis will continue to worsen due to our current inaction. As a result, the expected effects of the new technology can be canceled out. Barry Commoner already argued in the 1970s with regard to pesticides in that each case the new technology has worsened the environmental impact of the economic good. The same logic applies here. Furthermore, technological solutions sound attractive because they do not entail us changing our current lifestyle. That's important. Technological solutions sound attractive because they do not entail us changing our current lifestyle. In this case, the hope for new technologies functions as an ideology to legitimize further usage of fossil fuels by temporarily shifting the contradiction to the future. It's a temporal shift. They're shifting the problem to the future. It's like you procrastinating your fucking homework or some shit. We're not going to do the work now, we'll just figure it out later. That's not the right attitude. Especially with climate crisis. Mazaros thus warned against technocratic optimism, and finally to say that science and technology can solve all our problems in the long runs is much worse than believing in witchcraft. Banger! I'm fucking tweeting that. That was... Average techno-liberal redditor, yeah, pretty much. Average Elon Musk fan, average fucking like Tesla driver. Oh yeah, technology and science will solve all our problems in the long run. No, they fucking won't. We have social problems that need to be fixed. We have, like, it's not just fucking, you can't just solve everything with more technology. Okay. Rosa Luxemburg's theory of metabolism and its oblivion. The elastic power of capital to shift the metabolic rift is quite astounding, as the history of capitalism demonstrates. Bill McKibben once formulated the historical dynamics of capitalism and ecological disaster in the following manner. The diminished availability of fossil fuel is not the only limit we face. In fact, it's not even the most important. Even before we run out of oil, we're running out of the planet. This is not only because capital can constantly find new opportunities for a climate change shock doctrine. That sounds scary as fuck. Amidst the ecological crisis, but also because it always shifts and externalizes the negative consequences to sink in the global south. In this way, the global south suffers from doubtly negative consequences. After suffering from the robbery of nature and labor power under ecological imperialism, it first faces the real impact of ecological crisis. As Stefan Lysenich argues, the capitalist slogan "After us the deluge" becomes "Next to us the deluge." Oh god, that's so... In the age of global ecological crisis, when it is no longer possible to buy time before the deluge, be it heavy rain and flooding or refugee flows and immigration waves, this is the essence of the externalization society prevailing in the affluent global north. In the Marxist tradition, it was Rosa Luxemburg who attempted to develop the concept of metabolism to conceptualize this unequal relationship between capitalist centers and non-capitalist peripheries. as the essential condition for capitalist accumulation. In the accumulation of capital, Luxemburg criticized the destructive impact of capitalist development upon non-capitalist societies, even arguing that capitalism was born fundamentally in a non-capitalist environment. In other words, capitalism is from the very beginning dependent on unequal exchange that provides not simply cheap but often free labor power of slaves, as well as natural resources for the center. That's true. Like, capitalism was fucking dependent on slaves. Like, it wasn't even, the wage relation didn't even exist at one point in certain places. Like, because people weren't fucking paid wages. The average don't shower too much time, while capitalists use 1,000 times more water than you per minute. Yeah. Water's a renewable resource. But, anytime you, but there is, a limit to how much fresh water there is in the environment. I don't know. Desalinization is interesting to me. In the accumulation of capital, okay, yeah, so free labor power slaves. It is noteworthy that Luxemburg formulated her own theses against Marx's theory of capital reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital, because in her view, he treated English capitalism as if it were an independent and Yeah, that's why Luxemburg was wrong, because Luxemburg thought capitalist countries need non-capitalist places for excess surplus, which isn't true, because you can have the entire place capitalist. So that's why she was wrong, and that's why it was un-Marxist for her to think that. But in accumulation of capital, it relates to crisis theory, so she was right in the sense of the parts of it of crisis theory, just not in that regard. It is noteworthy that Luxemburg formulated her own thesis against Marx's theory of capital reproduction in Volume 2 of Capital, because in her view, he treated English capitalism as if it were an independent, autarkic entity within which capital can reproduce itself without paying sufficient attention to its deep dependence on the extraction from non-capitalist societies. The Marxian schema expanded reproduction. Luxembourg, the first third worldist. LMAO. The Marxian schema of expanded reproduction. I don't know if anyone knows this, but I do have a Rosa emote. Because at the time, the last time I was doing political streams, I was into Rosa Luxemburg a lot. I'm much more into Paul Matic now. Let's see. The Marxian schema of expanded reproduction does not correspond to the conditions of accumulation, so as long as this is able to proceed, it cannot be conjured out of the fixed reciprocal relationships and dependencies between the two great departments of social production as formulated by the schema, accumulation is not merely an internal relation between the branches of capitalist society. It is above all a relation between capital and its non-capitalist milieu, in which each of the two great branches of production can partially go through the accumulation process under its own steam, independently of the other, although the movement of each intersects and is intertwined with the other at every turn. Wait, Luxembourg wasn't a country? Why does it have a face? Every communist streamer you know. I don't know who I have not met a single communist streamer with a Luxembourg emote. So you probably know other communist streamers who aren't me. Nevertheless, when she further described this process of unequal transportation of labor power and natural resources from the periphery to the center, she took up Marx's concept of metabolism, clearly influenced by his usage of social metabolism and capital. While it is true that capitalism lives from non-capitalist formulations, it is more precise to say that it lives from their ruin. In other words, while this non-capitalist milieu is indispensable for capitalist accumulation, providing its fertile soil, accumulation, in fact, proceeds at the expense of this milieu, and is constantly devouring it. Historically speaking, the accumulation of capital is a process of metabolism occurring between capitalist and pre-capitalist modes of production. The accumulation of capital cannot proceed without these pre-capitalist modes of production, and yet accumulation consists in this regard precisely in the latter being gradually swallowed up and assimilated by capital. Accordingly, capital accumulation can no longer exist without non-capitalist formulations. Then these are able to exist alongside it. It is also in the constant and progressive erosion of these non-capitalist formulations that the very conditions of the existence of capital accumulation are given. Her use of the term metabolism indicates she actually comprehended the emergence of serious metabolic rift on the international level. The problem of such a violent process of accumulation is not about value transfer through unequal exchange of value, nor severe exploitation of workers. It is fundamentally a process of expropriating labor power, energy, and resources through ecologically unequal exchange. Here, labor conducted by certain groups of humans such as slaves, the indigenous, and women is exploited as free gift to capital. Capital cannot stop such exploitation and appropriation from non-capitalist milieu, but even reinforces them, because this unequal transfer is constitutive of capitalist production. It becomes necessary for capital progressively to dispose ever more fully of the whole globe, to acquire an unlimited choice of means of production with regard to both quantity and quality, so as to find productive employment for the surplus value it has realized. Luxembourg found the absolute limit to capital in its dependence upon this kind of unequal exchange with the global south. Capitalism strives to be a universal system, but it cannot be as long as it is essentially dependent on the non-capitalist system. When it becomes universal, it must break down because the exhaustion of the externality is fatal for the externalization society. Capitalism is the first form of economy with propagandistic power. It is a form that tends to extend itself over the globe and to eradicate all other forms of economy. It tolerates no other alongside itself. However, it is also the first that is unable to exist alone without other forms of economy as its milieu and its medium. Thus, as the same time as it tends to become a universal form, it is smashed to smithereens by its intrinsic ability to be a universal form of production. Capital is destined to expand, so it cannot tolerate any intrusion of regulation that hinders this tendency. But this only increases its own contradiction in the long run. And why didn't that, what didn't happen, why capitalism hasn't broken down, because other, yeah, like, yeah, Rosa is like, she's very close, but she's wrong. She's very close, like, she has great points in here, like, but she's, like, wrong in the sense that, like, without other forms of economy, that part, that this is where she's wrong. Capital is destined to expand. It cannot tolerate any intrusion or regulation that hinders this tendency, but this also increases its own contradiction in the long run. In a sense, the Anthropocene represents a situation where the externality as the precondition for capitalist accumulation has been exhausted. The competition for robbery and externalization becomes more intensified with the rapid development of the BRICs. The problem is not simply that cheap nature is no longer available. As the space for externalization diminishes, the once obscure metabolic rift becomes increasingly visible, even in the global north, as climate crisis influence heat waves, wildfires, and super typhoons. Reflecting upon the situation, Emanuel Wallerstein admitted that the normality of externalization is a distant memory. He pointed out that the capitalist system is in terminal crisis, now approaching the bifurcation point of replacing the old system with a new one, in which the issue of ecological degradation is a central locus of the debate. It is increasingly visible today that the imperial mode of living cannot be universalized, but the situation is fatal to capitalism. The contradiction of capitalism in the Anthropocene forces humans to rethink the legitimacy and effectiveness of capitalist social control as it comes to severely interfere with the elementary imperative of mere survival. Luxembourg intended to expand capitals, or to expand like, if she could travel to the future, maybe she... Dude, I wish I could show how Rosa was wrong so that she could write more theory. That'd be fucking sweet. But at last she's not here, so we have to write our own theories. Alright. Luxembourg intended to expand Marx's theory of primitive accumulation, but she formulated her theory of metabolism against Marx, who she thought solely focused on Western capitalism. Yet one passage in the in the chapter of primitive accumulation in volume 1 of Capital clearly refers to the destructive process in the periphery of capitalism as an essential component of the formulation of capitalism. the discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of blackskins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation. That's a banger. Of course, this is only a short passage, so Luxemburg criticized him despite her awareness of the passage. Yet, we must bear in mind that all this is treated solely with a view to so-called primitive accumulation. For Marx, these processes are incidental, illustrating merely the genesis of capital, its first appearance in the world. They are, as it were, travails by which the capitalist mode of production emerges from a feudal society. In other words, Marx treated capitalism as a self-sufficient system once it is established as such. However, as discussed in chapter 6 of this book, Marx, after the publication of Volume 1 of Capital in 1867, critically reflected upon this point intensively, studying pre-capitalist and non-Western societies. Consequently, Marx corrected his understanding of capitalism and learned to envision a path to communism in a fully different way after the 1870s. Late Marx. Marx is like a fine wine. He just gets fucking way better with age. Okay, last paragraph, and then I'm gonna have the bot, my auto reader, read the notes. There's not a lot of notes either, so I don't know what I'm gonna. I'm pretty tired. I've been reading for like 4 hours straight, so I think I'm gonna, after this paragraph, I think I'm gonna end stream. But let's go. Final fucking stretch. Final 100 of this mile. Final 100 meters of this mile. However, Marx was not able to elaborate on his new ideas during his lifetime, except his brief reference to this problem in his co-authored preface to the Russian edition of of the Communist Manifesto. In this sense, Luxemburg was certainly justified at the time to criticize Marx's theory of capital accumulation for its narrow focus on Western capitalism. Fuck. Okay, Nora, I hope you have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna try to keep this up. I took at least a month off from between jobs before I even wanted to start streaming. Had an existential crisis the other night, and I was I need to keep moving forward theory with reading and learning and growing. I can't just fucking abandon everything I've learned of radical Marxism behind radical theory behind, because there's got an anarchist theory too. Thanks for hanging out. All right. In this sense, Luxemburg was certainly justified at the time to criticize Marx's theory of capital accumulation for its narrow focus on Western capitalism. Although her concept of metabolism could have developed and enriched theoretical possibilities already inherent in capital, her criticism directed against Marx resulted in heated debates in the Second International, which hindered the development of Marx's theory of metabolism thereafter. However, there was a deeper theoretical reason for the marginalization of the concept of metabolism in the history of Marxism. The temptation to to marginalize this concept, and correspondingly, the question of Marx's ecological critique of capitalism can be found before the Second Internationale. Its origin can be traced back to Engels. He must have known of Marx's serious engagement with the questions of natural science as well as non-Western societies, but he did not highlight this point. Here, his understanding indicates some tension with Marx's theory of metabolism. It is thus necessary to reinvestigate the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels from an ecological perspective in order to comprehend why Marx's concept of metabolism was marginalized for so long. Alright.
1. Not all Marxists ignored environmental concerns in the 1960s and 1970s, when environmental degradation became a pressing issue. Referring to the limits to growth, Ernest Mandel expressed his concern in a lecture. For example, one has not necessarily to accept the predictions of unavoidable absolute scarcity of energy and raw materials of the Club of Rome type in order to understand that there is a collective responsibility for the present generation of humanity to transmit to future generations an environment and a stock of natural wealth that constitute the necessary precondition for the survival and flowering of human civilization. Even if Mandel did not explicitly refer to Marx in this passage, a Marxian critique of capitalism also inspired ecological economists such as Carl William Kopp, Barry Commoner and Shogetto Tsuruo. The widespread anti-ecological characterization of Marxism turns out to be oblivious to this long tradition of classical Marxists. See Foster and Burkett for a longer list of Marxian ecological economists. 2. Post-Marxism attempted to rescue some useful theoretical legacies of Marx's social philosophy, if not his political economy, but such attempts were understandably accompanied by the resolute rejection of Marxist economic. Marx's theory of metabolism in the age of global ecological crisis. 39. Determinism, result.
Post-Marxism attempted to rescue some of useful theoretical legacies of Marx's social philosophy, if not his political economy, but such attempts were understandably accompanied by the resolute rejection of Marx's economic determinism, resulting in the shift of the theoretical focus from the economic basis to the autonomy of the political. In this way, post-Marxism contributed to eliminating the problem of nature from the agenda of Marxism. This is understandable considering the fact that post-Marxism is a successor to Western Marxism. This problem will be discussed in the next chapter.
3. According to Liebman, this is because Marx imagined that the society that would replace capitalism could also restore the balance between humanity and nature in agriculture. This critique does not make sense, and it makes a large part of today's environmental movements non-ecological in the modern sense as long as they also attempt to restore the balance between humans and nature. It is not clear what kind of environmental movement can be regarded as ecologically conscious in light of Liebman's definition. 4. There are disputes between the Monthly Review and capitalism nature socialism. While Foster and Burkett defend the validity of Marx's own ecological approach, Govell maintains that Marx himself did not systematically elaborate on an ecological critique of capitalism. My own approach is closer to Foster and Burkett. However, I also draw inspiration from Japanese Marxists such as Shogetto Tsuruo, Nichi Miyamoto, Shigeru Wasa, Tomonaga Tereko and Yuji Sasaki. 5. The focus on Marx's reception took a different form in Japan, where ecological economics was pioneered by Marxian economists such as Shogetto Tsuruo and Nichi Miyamoto in the 1960s. The discussion of Marx's reception of Liebig's agricultural chemistry was also already present in the 1970s in works by Fumikazu Yoshida, Shigeki Shiner and Maizami Fukutami. When Foster's work was translated into Japanese in 2004, his interpretation did not leave a strong impression among Japanese scholars, because they were quite familiar with Marx's engagement with Liebig and its application to environmental issues. Consequently, while Foster's path-breaking formulation of the metabolic rift spread quite effectively outside Japan, Japanese Marxists missed this great opportunity to prevent the decline of their theoretical and practical influence after 1991. 6. One may also wonder why some people so stubbornly refused to acknowledge Marx's ecology. There is another reason related to the later reception of Marx's theory by Engels and by Western Marxism. This issue will be discussed in Chapter 2. 7. Obviously enough, this does not mean that Marx got everything right. I fully agree with Ingo Di Mauro's concern that today's critique of capitalism cannot be grounded upon the outdated science of the 19th century. 8. For example, Marx's notebooks on natural sciences are now available in the Mega IV8. For example, Marx's notebooks on natural sciences are now available in the Mega IV 26 and 31. 9. One can think of American economist Kenneth E. Boulding's famous remark: anyone who believes exponential growth can go on forever in a finite world is either a madman or an economist. 40. Marx in the Anthropocene. 10. Among those eco-socialists who pay attention to Marx's concept of metabolism, May's Eros is the one who most adequately grasped the methodological core of Marx's argument based on Lukács's intellectual heritage, as discussed in Chapter 3. In Japan, Fumikazu Yoshida dealt with Marx's theory of metabolism in detail. 11. This point becomes more essential in Chapter 4 as those social constructivist advocates of the production of nature erase the difference between first and second nature, which is unable to provide an adequate treatment of the human-nature relationship. See also Napolitano et al. 12. This basic view expressed in Capital is consistent since the German ideology, in which Marx made it clear that this materialist analysis needs to start from the problem of labor as a unique human act of production. All historical writing must set out from these natural bases and their modification in the course of history through the action of men. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. 13. May's Eros's method of focusing on the second-order mediation is notably consistent with his earlier analysis of Marx's theory of alienation, where he already employed this term. Although he did not use the expression metabolism at the time, his characterization of a historically specific mediation of the ontologically fundamental self-mediation of man with nature basically expresses the same thing. 14. It is not easy to distinguish between the first and the secondary mediations, because these historical aspects of capitalism are inextricably intertwined with its trench historical dimension. It is necessary to recall here that Marx's critique of political economy is a critique of fetishism. It aims to reveal how these second-order mediations of human metabolism with nature constitute specific social dynamics and deepen multiple crises. Without adequately distinguishing these dimensions, an analysis easily falls into a fetish view to conflate the historical necessity of capitalism as a natural necessity. This critique of the fetish will play an important role in Chapter 4, which deals with the recent popularity of monist approaches in.
Okay. It is not easy to distinguish the first and secondary mediations because these historical aspects of capitalism are intertwined in a trans-historical dimension. It is necessary to recall that Marx's approach is a critique of fetishism. Okay, so it aims to reveal how the second-order mediations of human metabolism with natural nature constitute specific social dynamics and deepen multiple crises. Without adequately distinguishing these dimensions, an analysis easily falls into a fetish view to conflate the historical necessity of capitalism as a natural necessity. This critique of the fetish will play an important role in Chapter 4.
15. In Part 3 of the book, I argue however that there were reasons why Marx could not finish Capital. The reason has to do with the rapid deepening of his ecological thinking after 1868. 16th. This passage was added by Engels. This is totally understandable considering the fact that his engagement with the deterioration of the working class in the city and his pioneering work of 1845 is one of his most significant achievements. 17. Furthermore, Timothy Mitchell points out that this separation was even reinforced by the pipeline of oil in the 20th century. While the extraction of coal requires a concentration of workers in the mine, which increases the Marx's theory risk of their strong resistance, extraction and transportation of oil significantly reduce such risk. 18. Marx's engagement with Jevons will be discussed in Chapter 6. 19. This is what James O'Connor and more recently Jason W. Moore highlight as a grave contradiction of capitalist accumulation. This issue will be discussed in detail in Chapter 4. 20. Notably, in the Grundrisse Marx contrasted the real and ideal transcendence of the barriers. But from the fact that capital posits every such limit as a barrier and hence gets ideally beyond it, it does not by any means follow that it has really overcome it, and, since every such barrier contradicts its character, its production moves in contradictions which are constantly overcome but just as constantly posited. Ideal represents the side of capital, while the real the side of the material world. The limit cannot be overcome in the real world, because it is not socially produced. Even if it is elastic, it is objectively there. 21. The food system is said to be responsible for 1/4 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. 22. This is the cause of the Netherlands fallacy, as if technological development alone solves the problem of environmental pollution. The fallacy is a product of ignoring the constant spatial externalization of negative impacts caused by the metabolic rift. At the same time, unequal exchange is characterized by the appropriation of space and time. By importing cotton, it is possible to save local space and times in the center at the cost of time and space consumed elsewhere. Alf Hornborg calls this time, space appropriation. 23. Ecologically unequal exchange persists in various forms under today's global capitalism. As a solution to climate crisis, solar panel and EVs are essential, but the associated battery technology is resource intensive, especially with regard to rare metals. The largest reserve of lithium is found in the Andean Plateau, so Chile has become the second largest lithium exporter. The Salida Atacama salt flat is where all the lithium of Chile is extracted. Lithium only exists in dry places such as the large salt flats, as it is only gradually condensed in brine over a long period. Mining lithium is thus conducted by extracting this brine beneath the salt flats of Salida Atacama and by letting the water evaporate so as to allow the further concentration of lithium. In this situation, it is quite obvious that excessive mining of brine makes the area even drier and also degrades the ecosystem. It endangers the Andean flamingo, which eats brine shrimp. Furthermore, it causes a lowering of the water table, reducing access to fresh water for indigenous and Tacameño communities. The situation is exacerbated by copper mining that also extracts massive quantities of fresh water in the Sala. Ironically, the greening of the global north is rather strengthening the robbery mining processes of lithium, cobalt, nickel and copper in the global south. 42. Marx in the Anthropocene. 24. However, it is also true that Wallerstein's world system theory did not pay sufficient attention to the ecological dimension, and more made an important contribution by synthesizing the world ecology into the theory of metabolic rift. 25. This critique does not negate the possibility of finding ecological concerns expressed by Engels, Kautsky and Liebknecht. My point is rather that they did not systematically elaborate on the ecological question with Marx's concept of metabolism, which is why their texts give an impression of Marx's sporadic interests in the issue of environmental destruction. 2. The intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels revisited from on.
Alright, the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels revisited from an ecological perspective. That's what we're going to be reading next time. I'm going to find someone to raid. It's been so long. I don't have as many streamer friends anymore, because I haven't been streaming. I'm gonna, let's see. I guess we can go to a political news channel. Yeah, I was gonna say $27. Everyone go be nice to $27. Wait, my target's channel setting? Wait, do they not allow raids anymore? What? Well, that sucks. Bleep Blomp Ben, I guess. All right, everyone have a good night. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow after my second job interview. I get done like probably around like 1:30ish, so I'll probably be streaming by 2 or 3. You'd be taking a max of 12. Okay, well, take care, y'all. I'll see ya probably tomorrow.